Zion tide has vanished from the land. Their absence wrought by heroes thought a new threat close at hand. Rise, oh rise, adventurers brave through forest, hill and fen. Our race, might, blood makes fight, and silver spotlight then. With his charm, got us born, together they defend. The wildlands call to one and all, to bring peace back again. The world breaker wakes, a slumber shakes. 2,000 years confined, its compass greed, a vengeful deed leaves naught but ash behind. With every town they tear it down, their warpath ever wends. The dead arise, neath chaotic skies, their march it never ends. Rise, oh rise, adventurers brave through forest, hill and fen. Our race, might, blood makes fight, and silver spotlight then. With each charm, got us born, together they defend. The wildlands call to one and all, to bring peace back again. From the archipelagos, chains the undead holds now free. A spectral time they surge in light across the southern sea. The wildlands deepens, darkness creeps, and all seems but a dream. But heroes' hearts will play their parts and light the darkest gleam. Rise, oh rise, adventurers brave through forest, hill and fen. Our race, might, blood makes fight, and silver spotlight then. Greedy's charm, God's blow, together they defend. The wildlands call to one and all, to bring peace back again. So gather round, let trumpets sound, and banners be unfurled. For in this fight for what is right, lies a greater world. With courage sown, the seeds of peace in wildlands shall remain. And tales be told of heroes bold who broke the lawbreaker's chains.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome on in. We are going to dive straight into it. It looks like we are missing two people, which is a great fucking way to kick off this session. Happy session 68. We're going to dive in and see what these guys are going to get themselves into, do a quick recap, and then go straight into gameplay. So, thank you very much for being here. Remember, I don't pay a whole lot of attention to chat while we are playing. We'll be playing until 2 p.m. Eastern today, so we got about 4 hours, and then we'll take a break right about the 2-hour mark, so about noon Eastern. And that'll be that. Let's see what these guys can get themselves into. Thank you so much. Alright, sorry about that awkward silence as I entered the room. I forgot I had to change my push to talk back to normal people keys. These fucking games are driving me crazy with needing my left alt.
That
Okay.
was me and Phasmo yesterday. I
It
ended up
drives me
having
nuts.
I rekeyed everything inside the game because I was so sick of like defaulting to yeah.
I feel that. The struggle is real. Alright, welcome in, guys. Good morning. Let me just grab my notes real quick. Alright, let's do our recap from the last of the spooky season sessions. Session 2 of October 2024, which was session 67. So the group stayed the night on the flotilla to assess the losses and to do some inward reflection on what had just transpired. During the night, however, Bloodmane receives a vision from his patron. Bring me the siren of the sea, that which was taken from the depths centuries ago. I hear her, he says. I hear her in you. Find her and bring her to me. She is mine. You have until the new moon. In the morning, the group did some teleport hopping before arriving back in the grove, where they asked Falcona to bring Winnie back from the dead via reincarnation. As the gods would have it, Winnie's soul returned, though not quite as herself. No, you see, this time she was reborn as a celestial-blooded Azamar, though she appeared to be her former self. The group then spoke with Berdicio Timbers, made some hefty purchases, and then traveled to Zlag Motionbeak to partner with Ezekiel in finding Mama Mundi. After another round of purchases, they were teleported to a spot not too far from where Bloodmane's patron had pinpointed Mundi. The land was desolate and silent. Nothing... Wow, that's odd. I wrote nothing but thousands of footprints, but that was supposed to be but. Nothing but thousands of footprints from all manner of beast, and a thin layer of bone dust remained in in the once naturally beautiful inlet. The group ventured on before arriving at a small divergence in the path, one leading to certain peril, and the other leading into a blackened patch of forest lined with trails of blood. Take your pick. Man, I was on my notes. I was feeling clever. Okay, so it is Milestone XP. That was not a milestone session, so you guys will remain where you are currently at. We are going to be picking up today's session at, Ogtet the 6th. It is a Thursday, Ogtet the 6th at 5:30 p.m.
Can everyone hear me? Am I okay?
Yeah, you're a little robotic-y, but I can hear you asking questions. Used up all that good African internet staying up all night playing video games. Alright. Any questions, comments, clarifications before we jump straight into the session?
I don't think so. I believe I was on Emig's heels, last I recall, so.
Yeah, so where we had really left off, because I started to kind of go a little bit deeper into it, and then I was like, fuck, we gotta stop. Okay, so you guys have reached this path. You guys have decided that instead of following the trail that led towards clearly where the World Breaker was going, with all of its many minions, you guys are going to diverge up and into this darkened, brackish-looking forest, with a pretty nasty trail of blood. We'll kind of leave the investigatory work to you as we kick it off. And I guess that'll just kind of be that. Let me get the ambiance going.
I don't have an icon for it, so I don't know if I did it last time, but I'm going to pop up my hood if I didn't already, and I'm going to find an icon for it. For my sneaky sneakness.
Okay.
I hate that my mouse immediately went to the one that was clone.
Yeah, don't do clone. Actually, since we kind of standardized them, use stealth or invisible. Just as the easiest for me to remember.
Yep, I immediately had doppelganger flashbacks.
I mean, we can bring it back. Wouldn't that be the kicker? Final session and Sybil peels her skin off to reveal the gross gray underbelly that is the actual doppelganger. You guys actually murdered the, oof.
You know, let's talk offline.
Nobody would ever trust me ever again.
We don't trust you now.
Touche. Where's my fucking music at? Damn it, I had it set and then I had to refresh my fucking thing. Give me a moment.
It's alright, Doppelganger Sybil. You're still one of the party, since we need a replacement for the Sybil we killed.
It's not the Sybil we wanted, but it's the Sybil we deserve.
Yeah, no shit, right? You know, like, look, we've already come this far. Are you guys opposed to this thing coming with us? But you got to stay in that form. No gray, rubbery grossness.
Doppelganger logic would be, it's my world too.
Yeah, right.
I don't want it broken.
And figure out the belly button thing. Because that's just creepy. Alright, I think that we have successfully done what we needed to do. Okay, so here we are. You guys have identified the that this is a very clear-cut, maybe not completely clear-cut, but a very obvious sign that something fucking real bad happened in this area. So we'll go ahead and pick up with the investigatory work. What exactly would you guys like to do? Ooh, damn, that's a bad survival check. Are you done dying and coming back, or...?
I think so. I think so. I want to be listening at the very least, like, kind of around, but mostly, like, the direction we're heading to. See if I can hear anything, especially singing.
Okay, so I will tell you that a lot of perception checks were rolled last session, and it is dead silent here.
Alright.
Dead silent. There are no... You don't even hear bugs.
Okay, Lucy has his hand.
Yeah, I believe, if I remember correctly, Gartok was tracking footsteps, and you said the undead, I guess, that continued on that way, whereas it seemed like something else split off towards the blood trail.
So that's incorrect. The undead didn't make it much past this area. If you remember correctly, you actually identified that there was a layer of bone dust where they all evaporated. So give me a moment. Alright, so the entities that you saw going this direction were actually the Cult of the World Breaker and the World Breaker's minions. The footsteps, they were all leading in this general direction, but the undead at this point, everything's covered in bone dust, so they didn't really continue that much further. However, there is pseudo-fresh blood leading up this direction, and obviously on the map is what you see is what you get.
Sorry, I just have it labeled as footprints. Footprints, yes. Footprint split.
There is a split in the footprints. Alright, so what are you guys doing? Sybil throws her hood up. It's crazy because she's still standing right in front of you, but in her mind she is so fucking stealthed. But you watched her put her hood up, and it's like... Okay.
No, that's for a future thing. I don't want to have to spend the action later.
Yeah. Alright. Oh, go ahead.
I do need that stealth check, by the way, Sybil.
Speaking of not wanting to use the action later, I'm going to use the Pearl of Power to pop up get back a third level spell slot.
Understood, got it. And I do have that you have mage armor on, so we don't need to worry about that. And that correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't play any wizards, unfortunately, or sorcerers. Is that 14 AC, or is that a 12?
I have a 12 AC, so it would be as if it would be a 14. Yeah.
14? Okay, got it. Okay, got it, Sybil. Thank you. Alright, so you guys see Ulrich pull the pearl out. He kind of rubs it around in his hand, and there's a flash of energy that kind of creeps up his arms, and it's kind of dramatic. He takes like a long, deep breath. Like he just took a good drink of cold water.
Well, we're burning daylight. You want to
on
in, or?
She doesn't want to leave, but she's ready to go. She's ready to follow whoever.
Going to the crossroads.
Alright.
Understood. So, Bloodmane, as you get closer to the crossroads, you can see up ahead of you, I mean, this is, you know, somebody was trying to construct something here. You're not sure if this was a protective barrier or what this was, but whatever it was has been completely decimated. There's blood just fucking everywhere, and it is leading up and into the into this wooded area. Ahead of you, about 30-40 feet, it looks to you like there are a couple of bodies laying at the entrance.
Because I'm not sure if I'm in it now or not. If I'm not, I'd like to go into my shark form.
Okay, have I still not made you a fucking shark form?
He looks cool either way, it's fine.
Yeah, he does look cool, but that's... Oh, maybe if I clicked on my library, because it's my library. And the answer is, confirmed I have not. Okay, well, I'm a terrible
fuck me, I
DM.
guess, that's fine.
Yeah, enjoy your fucking shark form, loser. Okay, so you guys see as Bloodmane's kind of like walking forward, he, the body kind of like shifts, and the head elongates, and the rows and rows of teeth just start to kind of like scissor outwards into the jaw, and he becomes his shark boy. I'm just gonna put the big blue dot on you. All right.
When you would wince a little bit as the shift happens because of past experiences, but I'm also going to just prepare myself for battle. I've got my shield up, and I'm hopefully not going to get hit with anything.
All right, so
Can I distinguish what kind of blood I'm maybe smelling?
yeah, give me one. Why don't you give me a survival check?
The Winnie Mini looks pretty sick.
It's pretty cool.
It does.
Oops. Bear with me one moment.
I'm picturing you just had to open a chart that's the what blood type do my fucking players smell? Because of course they're trying this, and that's just the name of the document.
I mean, I've got a bit of a history with the whole blood smelling thing.
That doesn't make it better. I promise.
But it makes it biologically,
All right,
not
so
wrong.
with an 18, you smell. You can definitely smell. Well, first of all, you are borderline overwhelmed. There is so much blood in this area that you are. It takes a minute for you to really get your wits about you. You guys see he actually he kind of like hunches over momentarily and like grabs his knees and pants, and you guys can see like this kind of nasty, really just like viscous drool kind of like spilling out of his mouth. For a moment, you feel like he might fucking lose it. And then he kind of stands up. You hear a crack in his neck. Bloodmane, you would know that you are smelling gnoll blood. Lots of it. You are smelling goblin blood, hobgoblin blood, some sort of animal blood, but you're not entirely sure what it is. There is also, in the more immediate area, elven blood and human blood.
This is a lot. A lot of too much blood.
Is it more than one person?
Oh, yes. More than one person. More than one kind. Human, elf, dog people, goblins.
Loxodon?
It smells like a lot.
Okay.
Sybil's gonna swallow hard at that and then put her game face back on, and she's going to not step on the planks there that look really weird and suspicious. So I'm just gonna go around and look at whatever the fuck those are. We're gonna start by just going over here and seeing if I can get a closer look at them.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and just give me a perception check, Sybil, since you're just kind of doing a once-over. Alright, so the first thing that strikes you is that these, well, two things. First and foremost, there are very clearly two bodies here. Second of all, the body to the north, this one here, looks like it has been completely flayed of its skin. It is not wearing skin. You see all of its meat underneath. Everything seems intact, but it's had its skin removed. This one down here is way more intact, but looks much more physically brutalized. Lots of bruising on the exterior, both dead as a fucking doornail. Now, what really stands out to you is that this one, while still wearing its clothes, you notice a small belt tabard with a black background that shows this.
Okay. First, I'm going to do a voluntary con roll on that, because I don't think she's ever seen someone that's been flayed before.
Okay.
Could you just roll, please? Thank you. Okay. And she's gonna get up to here. And then she's going to, dart backwards. And there's probably unmistakable sounds there for a second. Which would give the party time to do a thing if they're going to do a thing. Otherwise, I'll come over to them and talk.
I'll head up to the bodies myself.
Okay.
Same.
Yeah. So,
Dead. Dead.
they're dead. They did. Yeah.
Alright. And then the blood continues down the trail.
It does, and Gartok, I'm just gonna carry on your survival check, because if I'm not mistaken, the last time you rolled one, it was just absolutely fucking obscene, like unnaturally obscene. I'm talking last session. But you,
28.
yeah, that's what I would classify as obscene. So you would notice, Gartok, that as you're kind of like following the trail, the blood, it looks like there is obviously a blood trail, but it also looks like there are drag marks from out here, kind of leading in. It looks like there was obviously some sort of scuffle here, and these folks they were not having a good time.
All right. I think Gartok will kind of walk forward and kind of, I guess, I guess, survival style, go to the ground with his bow in his hand, and just kind of point towards like the drag marks and trace his finger all the way back up into the forest. So, like, what are the, I guess, size of the drag marks? Do they look like I guess
Um,
what width would they be? Do they look like?
they're humanoid size, like medium humanoid size. All of them.
In that case, let's kind of trace along all of the drag marks.
Yeah, so you would, and actually, you know what, yeah, and I'll tell you what, why don't you give me an intelligence check with advantage, because you've been learning numbers.
I rolled a 4 and a 9.
Only gotten to like 10
Gartok,
numbers.
You would estimate somewhere between 3 and 22 separate drag marks. Definitely at
In that
least
case,
3,
he'll
though.
kind of hold his- Okay, in that case, he'll kind of go. 1, 2, 3, many, maybe 22, 20.
Oddly specific. Big
Yeah, and his
number.
confidence is tough. That's...
Okay.
On another note, Xavier, as I kind of get closer to this, I guess, fortification here, it is obvious that it was broken into, right? Because of the drag marks.
I mean, it doesn't... Yeah, I mean, it looks... I mean, I guess it is obvious as you want to make obvious. There was a fence here that kind of closed off this entire entrance at one point in time, and something at some point in time recently busted it down.
Do these vines and stuff here look natural?
Make a nature check.
They will.
It's... I mean, they seem natural. They are vines, like, you know, as you approach them, it's not like they flicker and move and, you know, try to touch you or something. They're just there. What I will say is that they are unnaturally dense.
In that case, he'll kind of like look over it. He'll squint as like trying to figure out the correct words, and then he'll just end up coming out with pointing at the vines and going, "Strange, strange."
Winnie.
Okay, I'll step up.
And while she's doing this, Ulrich, what are you doing during this time?
Just keeping sharp, keeping eyes and ears, trying to make sure that something's not gonna like creep out and jump scare us.
Should
Okay.
be easy to hear over the nothing. I'm
Well,
going to,
there was nothing sounds.
yeah. I'm going to, I'm just gonna try to look at what Gartok was just looking at. I guess I need to go over where he is now.
Okay, so you tell me then.
So, Gartok, what's strange? Show me.
I guess he'll kind of move closer and like grab one of the vines and like kind of point inwards. Two. And he'll kind of like make like a gesture of big. Much.
Okay, so then I want to observe these and see if I can figure out what's going on with these vines since they've been specifically, like, what they are, you know.
Okay, yeah, make a nature check, I guess. They're vines that are unnaturally thick, but they're about as natural comes.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, with a 21, as you crouch down, you notice something kind of odd about the tint of the vines. The exterior is pretty blackened, and there appears to be like a kind of like a brackish ooze pussing up and out of the thorns that are part of the vine structure. But as you kind of like reach down and touch that, the thorn breaks off, and you see this little bead of crimson bubble up and then drip off. As you touch it and kind of look at it and smell it, it's blood. These are bloodroot. Bloodroot grow only in areas that are extremely saturated with, you guessed it, blood and necrotic energy. It warps the natural structure of the vines with that necrosis, that necrotic arcane energy, and turns them into bloodroot.
Okay, so when you would come over, kneel down, try not to put myself like in the vines, kneel down, in Gartok you'd see her break off one of the thorns. Oh, it's bloodroot.
Gartok just blinks.
This can't occur. She's kind of talking like to everybody. This can't occur unless there's blood. She motioned everything, but also necrotic energy. So, the undead. Maybe this thing we're dealing with is more undead than anything else. Hopefully.
Don't like that.
Then we know what we're up against.
Alright. Well, knowing that, the bodies, obviously there's the one which is flayed. That probably looks pretty intentional, I'd imagine.
You can make a medicine check if you're gonna.
When he goes by the bodies, Sybil's going to... The one, on the left. Check their belt.
Yeah, it would be pretty clear, as there's not a whole lot left to these corpses. Although I will say they are intact, minus the missing of the skin. Their heads are intact, faces are intact, arms are all there, but they've just had the absolute shit beat out of them. With a 6, it's tough to say whether or not this is intentional. However, being a creature of some intelligence, typically one does not remove the flesh from an enemy on accident, but it is known to happen.
I'll follow Sybil's words and I'll start checking the belt on the one on the left.
Yeah,
See if there's
and
anything-
and what you see is the heraldry that I sent over to you guys. You guys would all recognize it as the heraldry of the peoples of Stillwater.
What was the one on the left wearing? Like, is that guard clothing? Is that...
Yup, actually it was more than guard clothing. It was captain's clothing.
Secondary question. I recognize that captain.
You have no idea who this woman is.
Think fuck. I did not need more trauma in that regard.
Damn.
Alright,
And she is Elven, by the way. And the dude on the right appears to probably have been... Well, honestly, without the skin, because it took his ears, it's tough to tell.
Yeah, that was Jonathan. Alright, let's, I'm gonna go a little bit in here, and I'm going to try to caution everybody to maybe let me go ahead a little bit.
Alright, so, Bloodmane, give me a moment here. So it's interesting, Bloodmane, because as you enter, even with that little tiny bit You, from the exterior, everything is completely black. I mean, literally, you cannot, there is a veil here that is very clearly not wanting you to see into it. However, and that includes with your, your special shit. However, as soon as you breach that barrier, which appears to be this fence line, there is a wave of cold that washes over you. The scent of rot fills your nostrils. And the scent of blood, though there, is very old. It's very congealed and coagulated. It's definitely been left by the wayside, but it's borderline overwhelming. And then as you open your eyes, you can see through your normal means, though everything is still kind of darkened. And what you see is what you get. There is kind of this weird winding path. The trees here are very, very overgrown, very heavy. It's like the trees are alive, but are begging to die. That's the best way I can describe it. They are like reaching out and over, and you can almost feel that they just want to not exist, like they're being tortured. And the blood trail continues up about 60 feet ahead of you. You see another lump in the path.
I'm going to turn around. Can I see kind of like fine looking out of this?
So you can, but it's hazy. And as you guys see Bloodmane kind of like step in, he vanishes.
Okay, I would immediately step in after.
Okay, well, I mean, you bump right into the back of him,
Okay.
which tells you that there is literally a veil that is separating these two
But it would
sides.
have been a panic, like a reach out and try to like grab, like, oh god, no. Gods, no. Excuse me.
I'm going to try to talk. Can they hear me?
So yeah, as you guys kind of like hear his voice coming out, it sounds like he's being held underwater, and it's just like the.
Yeah,
blame
so
the shark form.
you'd feel, first you'd feel like almost like a desperate grab at the back of your clothes. And then, did you turn around? Is that what I'm seeing?
I did turn around. Yeah.
Okay, so Winnie's gonna just like probably bash her face into your neck. She tries to walk through the veil straight into you. Okay, you're fine.
I'm gonna try to walk back out real quick.
So, you walk back out.
You
Yes.
fucker. All right.
I was nicer.
Got your ways.
Fucking got me. I'm gonna turn to Winnie and nobody's going to like this, but you're very much not going to like this. Even the trees are being tortured.
I don't like that. You're right. Are you just saying that because I just headbutted you in the mouth? I didn't do it on purpose.
I wasn't using it anyways, it's fine.
Okay.
Ulrich,
Right.
it's not good in there.
It's not good out here. I wasn't expecting it to be any better there.
That's fair. Alright, well, if it's worse in there and she's in there, we need to move.
All right. In I go.
All right.
Follow. I'm gonna take a deep breath right before I step in, preparing myself, because you said the trees are being tortured. I'm gonna just kind of try to steel myself before I step into the torture chamber for trees. And
I
other
am
people too,
going
I guess.
to, before I step through, I'm going to bring myself to make sure I look at the captain's face. Does she have her weapon still?
Nope.
Okay.
She is wearing her armor, however. She has a chain shirt on, and she has chain greaves and plate boots.
Okay.
Now, her scabbard is still at her side, but the blade's missing.
Okay. Gonna hope we come back this way. But I'm going to at least make a very mental, like, note of her face so I can at least pass on word later. It's the least I can do.
Okay. And again, as you look at her face, like, actually, I'll tell you what. Give me another perception check.
Really, Dice? I don't know why that rolled a second thing. That was
That's
a
okay.
nothing, but it was a 19.
All right, so this is odd. Because as you look at her face, obviously she's dead. She's been dead for a little while now. Not to the point where she's, completely fetid, but she's getting there. What you do notice is that as you're kind of like looking her over, something beat her fucking mercilessly. There are bruises consistent with the size of fists all over her head, neck, shoulders, and she has dozens of puncture wounds all over her head, face, and neck.
God, I hate being the type of character that I am. Puncture wounds, i.e. dagger, i.e. poison delivery, spider fang type things from bone spiders.
Make a medicine check. Bone spiders is a good... I like that. I like
don't.
bone spiders.
I was really hoping we were going to see survival and not medicine.
I
Oh,
like
no.
bone spiders too. Imagine the amount of arrows I can make from that.
Yeah, it's tough to say because she has been gone for so long and your expertise is not really in medicine. So yeah, best you can guess is that there's just something has punctured.
Okay. Yep, that's fair. I'm not good at that. Okay, yep. And she's gonna stand back up for a final glance and then walk through where did everyone but walk through the veil.
Okay, so the same thing that applied to Bloodmane applies to you guys. As soon as you enter, it is hazy in here, but you can see. Winnie, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Boo.
Boo. Aren't you a wisdom-based character? This should be
I
like
am,
the
but I'm
easiest thing.
rolling
Ah, got a
This was
2!
a +9, friends. A +9.
Okay.
I would recommend making a sacrifice to the dice gods.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Might I offer a Lucy?
Winnie, as soon as you enter, you feel yourself walk through what feels to you like piercing the veil. You step through, and instead of it being the bright, happy, bubbly kind of euphoric piercing of the veil that you do, this is dark, doom, dread, nervousness. You immediately get an adrenaline rush. You feel yourself start to physically sweat. You start to shake. Your stomach churns, and you begin to hear the groaning and the weeping of the vegetation around you. And you begin to hear whispers kind of flitter in and or around you. Whispers begging, please, kill me. Don't let them continue. Kill me. And it just continues to go. That is now a constant in your mind.
You would hear Winnie gasp. And she'd probably honestly grab at her head, maybe try to cover her ears, and then with that not working, she'll try to compose herself again. But she's clearly having a hard time. Even with like taking another step, it looks like she's fighting herself to even force her feet to move. You weren't kidding.
Alright, so down the path from where you guys are right now, you can see that right in the middle of the path, kind of where it looks like it kind of has a fork in the road here, one going up to the left, one going up to the right, but at the fork, it appears that there is another body lying there. That is what you can see from this distance.
I think Winnie would she, like I said, she's sort of fighting herself to continue moving. So, assuming we're not stopping, she's gonna keep moving forward, but she doesn't want to get too far ahead.
Okay, so Bloodbane says to move him along with the group, so I'm assuming that he is going to at least get up to that point.
Yeah.
So we'll put him like right there. So as you guys approach, this is just kind of for the party's sake here. You approach another corpse that has been stripped of all of its clothing and its skin. Again, another completely flayed corpse. The interesting thing about this one being on this side of the veil is that the ground has begun to consume it. You see these black vines that are kind of, and you guys can see it in the path. These black vines are just very surface level, which is almost root-like. And out of these vines are smaller, like spiderweb looking vines that have kind of not encased, but have grown up and over this body in a web-like fashion. And as you look close, you can see tiny thorns protruding from the underside of this web of black vines that are sticking into the corpse.
All right.
I think this time Gartok's mouth would start drooling.
I want to take a closer look at the vines to see if it's just like a necrotic version of what we saw outside. If kind of looking to see if this is what caused the death, or if they were already dead and then the vines came to take. I'm kind of trying to figure out the level of corruption of the forest right now.
Run that past me again. Ask the question again.
So I want to do like a nature check. I want to observe these vines a little closer. I'm really trying to see, did the vines kill the person? Was the person dead first?
That's not a nature check. That would be a
like
medicine check.
Yeah.
Okay, give me 1 second. That's a good fucking medicine check. All right.
It is a good medicine check. I've never used those dice before and it had a weird, like, exiting my screen thing. It scared me.
All right, so as you look down at this body, you notice, and you kind of like peel back some of the vines. The vines come out no problem, and you see they are dripping like this black, crimson-y kind of almost congealed looking blood matter. And the vines are warm to the touch. Best you can guess is that this entity was killed and then the vines grew from it. The reason being is that you can trace the vine's path back down towards the like southwest of where the body is. And you can tell, because, you know, you're a fucking arc druid, that these vines have only existed. They have only been around for, you know, maybe a week or so, but the body is about 2-3 weeks old.
Okay, and then would I know, and I can do a perspective, would I know if these are just bloodroot?
These are bloodroot. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But again, bloodroot is an unnatural, it is a naturally occurring unnatural root.
Right, like consistently inconsistent, right, I got it. Okay.
It naturally occurs out of the combination of blood and necrotic energy.
Got it. But it's not a natural thing. Got it. Okay.
No, definitely not natural.
All right. So I will turn to Gartok and whoever's listening, really, and I'll say, the bodies and the necrosis here are feeding the bloodroot. This is going to be nasty.
Should we move them back before? Out of this area?
Maybe after. Maybe after. I think we need to keep moving right now. Would I know, would removing corpses and stuff like that make a difference? Kind of trying to think ahead so that we're not ending up getting, like, consumed by the bloodroot. Would it be worth it to move bodies away, or does it not matter?
I mean, bloodroot, you know that bloodroot doesn't just, like, come to life because it finally consumed that last drop of blood it needed to become an entity. That's not... It exists. Again, it is a naturally occurring, unnatural plant.
Right, but
So, I mean, this is a subjective thing. Do you want to move it away? I mean, like, what? I'm not entirely
yeah,
sure
I
what
guess-
you're looking for. I'm not going to tell you about an encounter based on you knowing that there's a root here that drinks blood.
no, that wasn't what I was going
You
for.
guys do whatever you want to them. That's not. I mean, do you? What do you? Because I don't understand what you're asking. You know
So
what I mean?
I guess my question is, you said like the bloodroot's fairly fresh, right?
Yeah.
So my concern is that if somebody falls and we're fighting later, this is how Winnie's thinking. If somebody falls and we're fighting later, is it more likely with the bodies being here that we won't get like grabbed up by them?
So why don't I just recap the information I already gave you? The corpse is 3 weeks old. The bloodroot is only 1 week old. Do with that math what you will.
Okay. We can move him if we want to, but it's going to drag out the rescue.
On the way back.
All right. So I guess
I'm
we
gonna
go ahead.
move up a bit. I kind of want to stare like down this way. I can see the drag marks lead up north.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the very detailed map. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah.
But I'm gonna look down like this way. Is there like anything I guess
Okay.
I can see?
Sure.
like,
Give me
around
1 sec.
Palmer Square? I also see like I think
There
a
you go.
smidgen of a blood mark.
No, there's no blood mark there. So that's what you can see there, and then up over here, because you can got a little bit more of a clear sight. You can see about that. However, since you are moving up Gartok, here is what I will tell you. Because I have just rolled. Because some of you fucking people in your passive perceptions, Jesus Christ, you guys didn't want no stone unturned. So Gartok, as you get here and you begin to like look down the path, you know, obviously you can see that it goes up to the northwest, up to the northeast, and it looks like it's doing this weird. It's just splitting all over the fucking place. But you stop because you think you hear like a cracking sound. Your ear kind of perks up, and you look up towards the northeast, and you kind of tilt your head as these guys are still kind of looking at the body in the vines, and you hear something. And bear with me, I'm going to do the sound effect, and it's going to sound gross as fuck. Okay, so just let's all be adults here. Okay. So it sounds kind of like this. It sounds like and then during that you hear
In that case,
I
I guess
hate
as
how
they
real this made
finish-
it. That made it.
I've had a
Yeah,
long
very-
time. Look, guys,
very
this
creepy.
a lot of this shit was fleshed out in the throng of spooky season
fleshed
prep.
out.
So, well, lack thereof.
And then I guess as Winnie looks forward to move, Gartok will kind of just, I guess, with his bow, just for extra reach, he'll just kind of put it out and kind of point backwards to be like, and he'll just quietly say, "Hold." And then he'll point in the direction he heard the sound, and be like, "Something there."
And then Bloodmane and Gartok, since you guys are up here as well, you see yet another body here. This one does not appear to be flayed. This one does have its armor on. Again, it's wearing a chain shirt. It's got chain greaves, and it's got plate boots. There does appear to be a belt tabard on its side, and you can see kind of like the blue and black, at least from where you're at.
So the sounds I was hearing, because Gartok used to, I guess, literally hunt things and flay them and kind of, grow it and not survive in his own way. Would I kind of understand what that would like? What that might be? Is it like bones crunching? Is it?
I'll tell you what. Make a survival check.
I need new dice.
It's It's hard to tell because it's pretty far away still, and you were really just picking up on the tail end of the sound as it was traveling through this wooded area. So you're not entirely sure what it was, but it was you assume it was some form of consumption, but what the hell was being consumed and by whom, you are not entirely sure. And how. You know none of the big questions.
In that case, Gartok will kind of just point over and be like, something eating. Because he
Okay.
doesn't know the word consume.
I think Winnie would step up a little bit and try to see. She's gonna try to be quiet, I guess, but try to see if I can see anything, or at least, yeah. We should probably be quiet moving forward.
Gartok nods. And he'll point towards the direction he was looking before he heard the sound. Which I'd like to think his eye moves before his head does. And then he'll just kind of. Nothing seems this way. Drag goes here. Sound or here.
Sound means something's actively moving. We should go that way first.
Eating.
Yup.
All right.
Yeah, it's
I'm
just-
going to start
just leave my
moving down
mouse.
that path.
All right. So, Ulrich, I'm going to stop you right there, buddy. As Ulrich moves up and around the kind of right-hand side of the of this corpse here, and as Bloodmane starts to move, Ulrich, you guys all suddenly there is a flash of light from Ulrich's form. And as you guys look back, Ulrich's chosen one wings have flared out from him. Ulrich, you feel a horrific sense of dread and panic wash over you as some very, very evil entity is within range of you.
Well, there goes that.
Alright, that's fine. It's fine.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scoff at that.
No, you did. That's why you did it.
It was involuntary.
I'm gonna take a moment to move away from the bright ass Ulrich light and get a little closer
That's
to the
bright.
corpse.
You're the brightest star in my sky, Ulrich.
All right, so Sybil, I'll go ahead and stop you right there.
And I will have the same, assuming I don't immediately have to jump into murder mode, I will have the same questions about the corpse.
Okay, so from where you're at, you can also see... All right. Okay, so you get to the corpse. You guys kind of collectively surround this thing as you are moving, and there is, I mean, it looks a lot like the chick that was out front. This guy, he's pretty intact. Again, it looks like he was beaten pretty horrifically around the face, head, and neck. Again, he is missing his blade. He does have all of his armor on. He appears to be it's either human or half-elf. If he is human, he's got some goofy, slightly tipped ears, and if he's a half-elf, he's a poor fucking excuse for a half-elf. Or was. He's got
The
light...
quarter elf human.
Yeah, light stubble, like light blondish brown stubble, and that's about it.
rank and recognition.
Never seen this guy before in your entire life? Captain.
Okay. Would it be typical for multiple, or what size of groups would typically need to go out for there to be multiple captains among them?
With your knowledge of how Stillwater operates militarily, the only time you would see multiple officers going out is if it was Mundi going out with her personal protective guard contingent.
Yep, okay, that...
Or if they were going to war.
I mean, both are actively true with this. Sybil's gonna pause and just... I don't like this. That's 2 of her guards. How many would be in her personal contingent?
On a normal basis, 4, maybe, but this is not a normal situation. So, you know,
Yep.
you've never seen a end of the world scenario unfold, but typically if she was going like for a diplomatic mission or something, there would be probably 4 with her.
Okay, I don't...
We can see the speller up here, can't we?
From where you're at, there's a little bit of a line of sight issue. There is something up there. Sybil, with your passive perception, yeah, you would see... So this, just to be clear, and then Sybil will go back to the rest of your thing. This is a massive, massive, massive fucking tree. And you can see that there are webs, actual white webs, thick, like half the size of thickness of hempen rope, that are holding what appears to be some sort of humanoid figure to the side of this tree. Okay, that's Winnie's thing. Now back to Sybil to finish up what you were...
So I was just saying I don't like this. Well, I don't like any of this, but that's 2 of her personal guard. I don't... Plus there's... That one, and she'll gesture towards the trees and the person. The webs, and then she's gonna take a moment to actually take a deep breath, let it out, and they put on her game face again. There's a person webbed to the trees up ahead. There might be 1 to 2 more of her contingent if that's normal, but I don't know if the other 2 were probably getting close.
Winnie would move up and put a hand on your shoulder.
Alright, quick check-in. Do we have temp hit points, or did those fade?
They're good until we long rest.
Alright, cool. Because we're probably going to use
18.
them pretty soon.
Yep,
Okay.
8 should be 1-8 at the moment.
Alright, thank you.
We know Ulrich has his magical armor on.
T-Mig Jenkins!
Oh, God.
Oh boy.
Before he moves up, so this, like, I guess, drag mark leading. Oh, come on, there we go. Here.
Mm-hmm.
Does it look like it leads into these trees, or does it just end here and then down?
Make a survival check. Okay, that's actually still not that bad. And it's a pretty clear-cut drag mark. So as you're looking at it, Gartok, as these guys start to just kind of like move, you see the drag mark kind of deviates from the main blood trail. It hits the side of the tree, and then as you look up, you see probably 2 or 3 dozen sets of, like, holes that are about the size of a small spike, like a python, and they go straight up, and in the middle of where these 2, or of where the marks are on this tree, you see a streak of blood going up into the boughs.
He's gonna like literally point it out as it goes.
Great.
Look up. Case.
I'll
I
look.
guess, yeah, from
Is
there
there
on
anything
Gartok.
up there?
Okay, so yeah, Bloodmane comes back and you look up into the bows. Go ahead and just give me a perception check.
Yeah, I can't assist with its perception, but Gartok will be doing the same.
Okay, Gartok, you can make a perception check too.
If
You
you said look up, then ditto.
Okay, you can make a perception check as well. Gartok, even as you look up with all confidence that you have, I mean, it goes up into the boughs of the tree, and you don't see anything else up there. There is a lot of blood, like, kind of in the lower part of the branches, but as it goes higher, nothing.
And see.
Yeah, and all of you
These
are...
sounds are wild.
Yeah, all of you are confident about that same bit.
In that case, as we move forward, Gardok's just gonna keep his eyes on like around us in the above, like in the trees above us, looking more up than down.
It's not
All
going
right.
to get less awful.
All right. You're probably not wrong about that.
Like,
I'm
when
pretty-
has it ever?
And I'm pretty sure it's going to go without saying, but also in case it does need saying, I'm going to be very careful to not step on the body or any particularly bad blood patches, even as they go kind of next to.
Okay.
Are we waiting for Candace to get back, or are we pushing forward?
You guys do what you gotta do, but I'm gonna go ahead and stop you right there because Bloodman took a step, so hold on. So,
Sybil, he lined us up.
Your maps are so fucking cool. Stop it.
I got some fun stuff. Alright, so first and foremost, let's go ahead and everybody click your token and roll for initiative, and then I will give you some descriptor on what is happening. All right, so Bloodmane kind of moves up and around the boughs, the base, excuse me, of this tree. And let me just make sure that I've got these numbers right. Just confirm for me as I go down my list. Winnie, that was a 22.
Yes.
Ulrich, a 15.
Yep.
Sybil, 24. Bloodmane, 16. And Gartok... Oh, wait, Bloodmane, are you a 17 or a 16?
17.
And Gartok, 22.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So, as Bloodmane steps up and around this little corner here, suddenly the back end of this becomes visible because there was a very large tree that was the trunk of it was blocking the view to this little area up here. But as you round it, you can see pretty clear as day that, yeah, there is a massive hollowed out tree here. The top of it is pretty much missing. And when I say massive, I'm talking like redwoods, like ancient redwoods, massive. There are spider webs, or what appear to be spider webs, everywhere. Everywhere up and along the base of this tree, including going into it. You see clear as day there is something, some entity is stuck to the side of it and unmoving. Up here to the north, you see another entity strapped to what appears to be some sort of giant gourd, kind of like a pumpkin, but a little bit more dilapidated than a pumpkin, and it's massive. I mean, it's probably, 30 feet long and 30 feet tall. And this entity is strapped to the side of it with these spidery-looking sinews, and it is moving. But its mouth is completely full to the point where you can see it drooling. Like the web is drooling out of its nose and is like kind of dripping out of its mouth, or out of its nose and mouth, excuse me. And there is this creature that looks very gaunt. I'm going to share this with you. It looks extremely gaunt. It is got it grabbed. It's holding on to the gourd with its feet, like with the claws of its feet. One hand is got this thing by the chest. The other hand is on the top of its head, and its teeth are in the process of peeling its flesh off. As you round that corner, as nobody was moving stealthy except for one, it stops, turns towards you, and its mouth unhinges like a fucking snake. And you see these rows and rows of fangs as these fiery little flickery fucking eyes bead up towards you, and it begins to screech. And that is where we kick off our initiative order. So bear with me.
That is this one in the north?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. So, Sybil, you get the jump. You hear the screeching kind of emanate from this area. It echoes throughout this little alcove in the forest. What do you do?
I'm going to try and keep to the split off for the party as quietly as I can, keep to the shadows of the trees, and see if I can get closer. As I move, I want to look to see if this thing's eyes obviously follow me.
One moment.
But if I can't tell, I can't tell.
With your passive perception, it doesn't look like its eyes follow you particularly. Its gaze is pretty locked on to Bloodmane right now.
Okay, that works. So that's one move, and then we are going to cunning action for another move. I don't like where I'm about to step, because this could go very badly. Actually, one second, let me do a measurement. Okay, I know this map's gonna be a little weird because of trees and tree cover and roots and everything. Would I have a line of fire on her from where I'm at with a bow?
You would.
Okay. Okay, we're just gonna try and shoot her.
Okay.
I
Go
don't
ahead
want
and give me an
to
attack roll.
step onto the angry spaghetti if I can avoid it. I'm really hoping I get that sneak attack.
So with the nat 20, so yeah, you fire. You obviously your stealth breaks because you've given yourself away. As you do so, though, you guys see this fucking arrow rocket from the shadows. As this thing is screaming, the arrow punches through its unhinged jaw and out the back of its head. It does appear to take that critical sneak attack damage. However, it resists a lot of the damage. It does not...
Yeah.
It appears to be resistant to your weapon.
Yeah, that's a boring normal weapon for that one. That's pretty much all I'm gonna do my cunning action to hide again. Just kinda shift the weight back into the trees a little bit. Let me see if I can move at all. 1 second, counting square. Nope, that would have been my 30 to get there. So that's what I've got. Duck back into the shadows of my hood.
All right. My turn. So,
I was not smart enough to grab a blade. Oh no.
so this entity, it is pretty horrifically wounded. Even though it resisted a lot of that, you still blasted the back of its head out with an arrow. I mean, it doesn't get much more fuck you than that. So, well, that's not true. Maybe it gets a little bit more fuck you than that. But anyways, however, Sybil, as you're watching it, and Bloodmane, as you can see it right now too, everybody else doesn't really see this entity yet because you just haven't gotten to that point. You haven't gotten really around where that tree is. But Bloodmane and Sybil, as it begins to move, its claws kind of hop down and off the tree. You see its the nails kind of elongate on its hands, and as the jaw kind of cracks, it kind of does this kind of thing, twists to the left and right. You hear the cracking of its neck, and you can see some of the wound on the back of its skull closes up. And it begins to sprint.
Well, I did what I could. I'm gonna head back, see you guys back in the grove.
All right, so Sybil, as it gets to you, it leaps at you. All right, so it okay, so it does hit you.
I'm gonna do my having it, please.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, so this is with its claws. So it swings out at you with its claws, and as it does so, it hits. You would normally take 10, but you use your reaction to reduce it to 5 points of slashing damage, and you are grappled. As it is holding you still, it pulls you in and attempts to bite you. Now, luckily for you, it does not bite you. But you are grappled. Okay. As the screech continues out of this thing, you guys hear rustling in the boughs of the trees above you. And you hear other screeches coming from the hollowed out interior of the tree that you are currently looking at. As that happens, you see these entities begin to, very spider-like, as they are running, facing the ground out of the trees and clinging to the sides as if they were walking on the surface level. So... So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 30, 30, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 60. Okay, a lot of these things had to double move to get out of the tree, so they are not going to act. Alright. However, Sybil, You are one of these entities skitters down and out of the tree, swipes at you, misses. Swipes at you again. It does hit, and it slashes your the side of your face for another 6 points of slashing damage. The one that ran up to you in the rear swipes at you and misses, and then it attempts to bite you and misses on the bite. Gartok.
Alright, so Garshok is going to see that Sybil is not doing great. He's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And, I guess these creatures... Actually, well, I'll probably have a ranger thing with that. Never mind. I do, but I'm not going to use it now. Basically, Gartok doesn't know, but he's gonna hold on to. He's gonna touch Sybil's back, and I'm gonna cast protection from good and evil.
Okay. Give me one moment. And, make a touch attack for me, please. Make a melee spell attack. Because she's not in control of her body. She is being grappled, her speed is 0, and the enemy has total control of where she goes and what she does right now. On that note, Bloodmane, I see your temporary hit points are 39. That can't be right.
21 are from shark form.
Ah, gotcha, okay. So you have 39 out of 21? Because temp hit points can't stack.
So the 18 is on top of the 21. That 21 is just letting me know that it's there, and that is from the shark.
Oh, I understand.
I
From
can
the
put it
hit
there
point.
however-
No,
yeah.
it's okay. I was confused because I was like, yeah, I thought you were thinking, okay, yes, because temp hit points don't stack. But I understand what you're saying was from the con bump. Okay.
So, I don't have a melee spell. Do I just make an unarmed attack?
You don't have a melee spell attack?
Do I just add like a +3 from my spell modifier? Oh, spell attack. There we go. Sorry,
I was gonna say, dude, come on now. Alright, 16. Her
sorry.
AC is 17. So, you mutter the incantation as you reach out and attempt to touch. Your spell... and you miss her, as the entities are grabbing her and moving her around too much for you to hit her. And she is desperately trying to get the fuck out of there. I'm assuming you're not just subjugating and allowing them to bite the shit out of you.
The biting, no. I'm probably trying to reach for one of my many, many, many stashed blades, though. Because if this is going to be a hug, this is going to get a spiky blade hug soon.
Alright, so Gartok, you can go ahead and burn that spell slot for me. And also... Let's see, did you have a... Powdered silver? You have uses of that still? Because it is consumed by the spell.
Oh no, never mind. I can cast a spell either.
Okay, then you don't do
I
anything
used
that
the
you
last
just
one during
said.
last fight. Okay, in that case, Gartok is gonna move slightly to the side. Wait, that's too much. There. And I'm going to try to shoot this one that's not grappling Sybil, so because he doesn't want to shoot Sybil.
And everybody needs to be paying attention to your spell components, because I don't want to keep wasting time on this shit. .22. A 22 does hit.
This is normal arrows.
Yep.
Sorry, I think it added a... Yeah, I ignore Slayer's play. It's just 9 damage.
Okay, you shoot it. The arrow, I mean, it nicks this thing, and you do see some blood get drawn, but it's pretty minor.
Yeah, I'll try and shoot it again.
Okay. A 16 also does hit. Okay. So that is going to be...
That'll be the end of my turn.
All right. So again, it does take some of the damage, but it does not seem to be wholly affected by it. Winnie.
Yes, I am going to try to even out the playing field here, and I'm going to cast Conjure Animals at 5th level, 1/2, so that will give me 8.
Okay, give me one moment.
I marked off the spell slot.
Okay, so you're doing it at what level? I'm sorry.
5th, which will give me 8.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but what tier?
1/2.
1/2. So four at 1/2. So you're looking at 8 at 1/2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so give me a second. Go ahead and roll a d10 for me.
Great.
Two. Actually, I may have that already up here on the damn thing.
Oh, nice.
Look at that. Black bears. What's the HP bonus, please?
Sorry, let me double check it. It's 2 per hit die. Just always like to
Understood.
double check myself. And their attacks are magic.
So it's 2, so 4, so 25. All right, where do you want them?
So I'm gonna have them up surrounding up
Actually, you know
here.
Give me a sec. I'm just going to give you access to it, and then I'm going to copy it from there.
Perfect.
Oh, you know what? I forgot. I can't do that.
Oh.
Okay, sorry.
So
Where do you
I'm
want them?
gonna do one here,
Okay.
one here,
Okay.
and one here.
Okay.
Do one here. One. Oops. There. There.
So you do not have line of sight on
There,
that.
okay,
And
that's
actually,
fine.
you don't have line of sight on either of those two either. Because you're
Okay.
still tucked way the fuck
Back
back
there.
there.
Okay, so here.
So your line of sight, just so you know, is going to be like just barely that. And that's even pushing it. And it's honestly more like this.
I didn't see a ping. Sorry.
Oh, shit. You know what? It's because I have it turned off. Hang on one sec. I was measuring things in the dark.
Ah.
So to the left of that.
Okay. So then I'll put them like up here then.
Just kind of...
Yeah, and then maybe another one right there. Would be the only. Yeah.
Okay, understood. All right, so when he screams out this incantation, and you guys see as the roots around her, the webbing around her, kind of pulsate under her feet, and you see this blood swell up and out of the ground, making her boots wet with this nasty congealed shit. And as the magic goes off, the blood kind of like evaporates into her magic, and these entities spring into existence. Okay, anything else?
I'm going to move up a little bit, I think.
Okay.
Can I move there?
Yep,
Okay. And does that open up my line of sight a bit?
it does much better.
Okay. All right. Should have moved first, but that's okay. I will end my turn there.
All right, Bloodbane.
I'd like to pop a rage.
Alrighty.
And I'm going in.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to swing on this thing.
Alrighty. Put a yellow token on yourself, please.
Yeah.
27 absolutely hits. Alright, and that was for 16. Okay, and it appears to take all of this damage.
Well, that's good. I'm going to try that again.
Alright. A 17 does hit. Excuse me. Alright. Yeah, you slice it twice, and it's still pretty hardy looking, but it like the flesh splays open like you're cutting flesh, and not like these
I'll
other
take it.
puds who are shooting clay.
All right, and that is my turn.
All right, Ulrich.
Well, this is fun. I'm gonna move. And I'm going to use the staff to try the same thing that was tried and didn't work because things weren't there. So I'm going to use the staff of mages, the Magi, to cast protection from good and evil on Sybil.
Okay, and how many charges do you have,
At
and
will.
what does it use? Oh, it's an at will. How many
Yep,
charges
it's
do you have?
Let me check the 35.
Thank you. Okay, so you run up and you kind of jump in front of Gartok and these giant fucking bears, and you lean forward. You guys see the staff kind of and this pulse of energy. Go ahead and give me a melee spell attack roll, please. Beautiful. And as Sybil is literally being now, multiple of these entities are essentially trying to tear her to pieces. You find a spot, a sweet spot, and boom, and as you do so, you see the energy whoosh, kind of wash over her. And you feel that she has been successfully protected from good and evil. Well, we'll see. She's still grappled, but she's protected.
I did my part. And then I'm going to spend 2 sorcery points to quicken a sacred flame, and I'll get the one that's like in the middle of the 4 bears.
Okay. Alright, so that is a dex saving throw, is that right?
Yep, 19.
Ooh, no, I rolled an 11. All right, 21 points. So as you bring down this holy flame, you see this thing desperately try to dodge, but it can't because it's sandwiched in between 4 fucking black bears. And as it looks up, the light hits it, and as it does so, you see the flesh on its face bubble, almost like butter, and begin to melt away, revealing muscle and bone underneath. It horrifically wounds this thing.
Noted. And that's pretty much everything I got.
All right. Back to the top. Sybil.
I am going to grab my new fancy glowy blade, and then I'm going to make this a stabby hug.
Okay, against...
The one that's grappling me.
Understood. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Let me clarify. I'm grabbing the sunblade and the one of the fell blades. I'll let the bow drop. I'll grab it in a second. So, attack 1. This is horribly, I'm sure.
Yeah, you do not strike with the sunblade. The dagger does hit.
Real easy to find the squishy owie point when you're in a grapple. It's like, oh, there's the rib. So 34 points of magical
Yep,
stabbing.
got it. I got it. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that. I had to see. It's got really specific resistances and vulnerabilities, and I needed to see where the because that's piercing damage, right? Yeah, it's piercing. Okay,
Yes.
got it. Okay, understood. Yeah, it's not happy about all that.
If you don't want me to stab you again, let me the fuck go.
Yeah, you've definitely brought this thing down to bloodied, and it's still holding you, almost more desperately now than it was just a moment ago. But as you stab into it, kind of like it hits it in the like sternum, and as you drive it up, you hear a series of pop, 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 pop as you shatter the rib cage going all the way up. Pretty horrific.
Yeah, she said her piece, she stabbed her piece, and now we're moving on.
All right. So with that being said, this entity, as you pull the blade back out, you see some of the ribs underneath its flesh begin to knit themselves back together. However, the entity surrounded by the bears is still screaming and holding its face, and as it kind of looks through it, the damage appears to be permanent. All right, with that being said, okay, Sybil, it does hit you.
I think I can still I'm not gonna uncanny. Is it hitting me with the claws or is this a bite thing?
You know what? Hang on one second. I actually have to roll for protection against good and evil, so bear with me. It may not have actually hit you at all. Damn it, come on. Mm-hmm. Okay, so so I believe that it just forces it to miss. It's just a disadvantage thing, right? Is that what I'm understanding correctly about this spell? It has disadvantage on attack rolls against the target, and okay, and then a saving throw bonus for you if it is a charmed, frightened, possessed thing. Okay, understood. So it attempts to bite you. It does not get through. It hits, and there's a flash of light, and it kind of bounces back. Second attack. Same thing. It attempts to bite you, does not get through. The other two entities are also still trying to tear you apart.
Gonna turn Sybil religious at this point. Or at this rate.
I know how Marcus feels.
Okay, so you are hit by the second attack.
I'll uncanny whatever's hitting me. If it's... yeah.
Okay. So you use your reaction to have the damage. So instead of taking 16, you take 8 points of necrotic damage. And your total hit points are reduced by 8 permanently until going forward. Or until you are told otherwise. So your total hit points are reduced by 8. As this thing bites you, you feel it begin to draw inwards, and you feel yourself immediately becoming woozy. Ulrich, you would see clear as day. This thing bit her, and blood is spilling out of its mouth. Okay, so that was its attack there. Second. Okay, it tries to claw you. It does not succeed at getting through the damn spell. The third one... Oops, shit. God damn it. Misses. And it attempts it one more time with its second attack and rolls a nat 1. So it most of these attacks do not get through your they do not get through your defenses. However, Just make sure I'm not missing any friends back here. Okay, so Bloodmane, 3 of these things just fucking come running, screaming at you and leap at you. So we're gonna go ahead and just start with this. Okay, so the first one misses you with the claw and the bite. Second one attempts to claw you. Misses. Attempts to claw you again. That time it does hit you. So it hits you. And as it hits you, you take 10 point, well, reduced to 5 points of slashing damage. And you are grappled by this thing. And it is, for a creature as emaciated looking as it is, this bitch is strong as fuck. The third one attempts to bite you. That does hit. Okay, sorry, I was looking at the specifics of this ability. So you take, let me see the breakdown. So that is going to be 13 points of necrotic damage, and your total hit points are reduced by 13. Just so you guys know, this is not a temporary hit point thing. This is your actual hit point maximum.
Alright, so when I reduce my hit points, should I just reduce...
So
like...
reduce it from the temp, but your actual current maximum HP, like your green bar HP, is reduced by 13 and cannot go up any more than that new maximum.
Got you. So once it's gone from that, it stays below it. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Yeah, so you're 169, so it would be 156 is currently your maximum amount of hit points.
If it, I don't know if you saw it, but in D&D Beyond, if you actually click on the hit points, it'll give you a spot where you can do max HP modifier. So I did my minus in that, and then you just have to remember to fix roll 20 before and after.
And then Sybil, can you update your token for me?
I already did. I'm normally at a 111.
Gotcha. Alright, so that's it for Bloodmane's little soiree. Winnie, you got lucky because this thing was climbing up the trees and down from the boughs, so it had to dash to get to you.
Yeah.
So that is going to end their turn. Gartok.
Alright, so Gartok's gonna, I guess, one to the left, Ulrich, kind of into these mushrooms.
You're really quiet. Can you put your mic... Hey, Lucy, can you put your mic down? Your mic is up above your head, I think.
Better now?
We can.
No, it's...
He's got a desktop.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It was just, I couldn't hear words you were saying.
I'll try and sort that out after my turn.
Okay.
Hopefully you can hear me better now. I'm going to, as a bonus action, cast Hunter's Mark on the one in front of Sybil, the one grappling onto Sybil.
Okay, so, you cannot...
Slayer's Spray, not Hunter's
Yeah,
Mark.
you cannot see that entity. There is a tree trunk right here in this bough.
Can you see it when I was next to Ulrich?
Yep.
Okay, then I guess I'll move back. Do I have
Okay.
disadvantage to shoot because Ulrich is next to me?
Absolutely. Well, you're also firing into melee. There's a melee combatant.
Or can I move here? Or is that still can't see?
You can... No, you can't see it from there.
In that case, sorry, Sybil, you're gonna have to just deal with it. I'm gonna move here and just shoot with disadvantage.
You would have shot with disadvantage anyways. She's being grappled. So, you're firing into a melee.
Well, then it doesn't help. Then I'm probably also gonna use my I'm gonna bonus action Slayer's Prey on the one grappling her, and then I will use my sharpshooter feat for a -5.
Okay. Give me one moment for Slayer's Prey. Okay, got Slayer's Prey. Alright, go ahead and take your shot.
-5, so
God damn, with disadvantage, that is not bad.
Yeah, but it didn't minus the 5.
18.
Yep.
18 still hits. Okay, so go ahead and lay some damage on me. God damn, not bad. All right. So that is going to be... All right, so you fire the arrow. Sybil, you feel the fucking feathers breathe, like it actually nicks your cheek as they fly past you and hits this thing that's biting you and draining you, or attempting to drain you, and it essentially blows off half of its jaw. This thing is bloodied. But it was real close. Like, close.
Flashbacks. Alright, I'll try again.
Okay.
I rolled 2 17s.
Goddamn, yeah. Now that, that...
24.
Oops. Does hit.
So no Slayer Spray on this one, because that's only the first attack.
Okay, yeah. Second arrow strikes it again. Sybil, there's a second... It's like it flew right past your cheek the second time, and as you're being kind of jostled around, a second fletching slices your cheek open. Doesn't actually deal damage, but you can feel the burn from it, and it hits this entity. It's not looking good. This thing's beginning to waver, and it is now looking kind of around you and holding you up kind of as a shield. Anything else, Gartok?
No, because I used my bonus action.
Make sure you have the black bear thing pulled up. All right, Winnie.
Okay, so I'm gonna move my bears a little bit.
Okay, just draw
I'm-
lines for me.
Okay, perfect. So I would like. Oh, that's a good idea. Okay, I want to have this one go right here. This one will come right here. And then this one will go right there. Okay, that should be good. Okay, so go back to my, there we go. So this one right here is going to attack. This is the one that's grappling her. Is that right?
No, it's the one that's been getting shot a bunch.
that
Yeah, it's
one,
the one just north of it.
So it's going to attack that one.
Okay.
It's got multi-attack, so the one bite, one claw. So here's the bite.
Yep. Just roll them. Okay, so swings. Unfortunately, misses with the bite. It does manage to slash it with the claw.
Okay, and it is magical. And then.
Okay. It is still standing, but it is looking pretty eviscerated at this point.
Okay, great. So then this one is going to attack here.
Okay, the bite does hit. The claw misses.
Okay. This one is going to attack here.
Okay. Hey, there we go. There's a nat 20. All right. So that is 8, 9, 10, 11. All right. This thing is looking pretty bloodied in the center here. The one that was screaming and holding its face from the melted radiant damage. But the bite does miss.
Okay.
Okay, moving down the line.
This one is going to actually attack this one.
Got it. Okay, the bite hits.
Okay.
The claw misses.
This one down in this corner is going to attack the guy in the middle.
Understood. Sorry, I didn't see. Did you roll?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see them pop up. Oh, I had to scroll down. That's why I was like, what the fuck? It's funny. They're actually they only pop up on one of my screens because it's
Yeah.
technically you working
To
in
the
the
GM.
DM side. So the bite, it goes to bite, misses. It does hit with the claw.
Okay.
All
And
right.
then, this one down here is going to attack this one right here.
Mm-hmm. All right. So those the claws hit. The bite misses.
Okay. Then this one here is going to attack this guy right here.
I'm assuming they're both attacking it.
Yeah.
Okay, you can just roll all 4. Just go ahead and lay them down so that. Yep, see that. So it's 1 hit. Everything else misses, but the nat 20 does hit.
Okay.
So that's 8. So we're looking at. Okay. Got it.
And then Winnie, her form will start to shift, and I'm gonna shapeshift into a dire wolf.
Okay, give me one moment. All right, so you guys see Winnie kind of like toss herself onto the ground as she begins to kind of like heave over, and very in a very werewolf fashion, her size quadruples, and you see her become this massive, snarling, I'm assuming kind of like golden-haired dire wolf.
Yeah, now that I've changed it, it's not teal, it's golden.
All right, now mind you are still maintaining concentration, so.
Yep.
Okay, and that's it, right? Because that's an action for you?
That is an action. I do have a question for you before
What?
we get to that point. So I think I know your answer, but I'm able to use healing hands in my shapeshifted form.
You cannot.
Okay.
Because you are not a furbolg,
Right.
you know.
Yep. Okay. And then I'm going to, as I only see this one, I'm going to go 5, 10. I'm going to stay within this thing's range, but I'm just moving this direction.
Okay, understood.
And that's it.
All right, Bloodbane.
Okay, gonna keep chopping at the one I've been chopping at.
All right, you definitely slice it again with that damn greatsword. You slice it twice. Twice is nice. Oops. Yeah, so this thing all but fucking collapses in front of you. As you hit it both times, you draw this huge X in its chest, and its organs begin to spill out. You can see this black, almost rock-like heart beating in its chest, and it's pussing out these spurts of black blood all over you, and it's fading very quickly.
Well, could have lived a little longer without hearing that, but okay. That's what I got.
All right, Ulrich.
I'm gonna target the hugger and yeah, it would be the hugger because Sybil would be the huggy, and then with another sacred flame.
All right.
So 19 dex save.
Okay. Okay, you can go ahead and roll some damage for me. Sorry, you said 19 dex save, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so the blast of energy comes down. As it does so, this thing kind of lifts Sybil up and retches backwards. As it does so, Sybil, you are blasted for 10 points of radiant damage. This thing, still holding you, begins to sizzle and scream under the weight of your now radiated body. And as it collapses, its body explodes outwards. Ah! I did it again! I deleted my fucking main copy. I fucking hate that shit. Damn it, I wish I could undo that. You know what? Hang on, I wonder if I can
Control
undo
Z?
that. Maybe. Yeah, but it's already too late. It fucked all the other ones up. I gotta fucking remember that in the future. These animated ones are crazy. If you make a copy of them and then delete the master copy, that all turns to these fucking white squares. Alright, anyways. Fuck it. Okay, so it bursts outwards. So sorry, I got distracted by that. So Sybil, you take the 10, it evaporates. I need
Did I get moved at all? Because
No.
you said it went backwards. Okay.
No. Nope. Okay, so I need Sybil, Ulrich, and Candace 3 Constitution saving throws from the bears.
Okay. Okay, I did 3.
Goddamn, Ulrich. I forgot you sorcerers, man. And Sybil. Okay, so the good news is everybody succeeded except for 2 of the bears. So Ulrich and Sybil, you take 12 points of necrotic damage. Candace, one of your bears also takes 12 points of necrotic damage. They don't have resistances, do they, Candace?
No.
Okay, and 2 of them are somehow still alive with 1 fucking hit point because they had 25 hit points and not 24.
Yay!
Oh my god, that's fucking weird.
I took 6 because I'm resistant to necrotic.
Okay, sounds good. All right,
It never
let me.
comes up, and I always forget it. I was like, wait, I have that.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw for your concentration as well, please, bud. Your DC is 10. Perfect. All right, and okay, Ulrich, what else? If anything else. And what you guys see, by the way, as this thing is detonating outwards, it is blood. It is this acidic, kind of like caustic, necrotic-y smelling, rotted blood that explodes out from its body as it hits the ground and bursts.
We're going to do a little bit of a move. And that will be it for me.
All right. Let's go back to the top. Actually, it's 11:58, guys. Let's go ahead and just pause right here in this little combat. And we will come back, since we're at the top of the round, we'll come back in 10-ish minutes, if that's all right with y'all. We'll pick up with Sybil and go straight into these entities. All right, for those of you who are hanging out in stream, thank you very much. We're going to take our break real quick, and we'll be right back after we get some food to satiate our hungry little bodies. Hopefully no blood in there. All right. Whoop. There we go. And while that's happening... All right.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Got all sorts of people hanging out. Damn. What's up, y'all? All right, so we are pseudo back. Just waiting on a couple of folks. Got about a minute. And we're gonna kick it off with Sybil.
The last one back
Xavier,
for once.
True.
Alright.
Xavier, I have to say, the fucking suspense up to this point was amazing.
I didn't even create that suspense. You guys did.
No, but like the blood trails, the like broken
Oh.
fences, the flayed corpses.
The past several years of campaign building.
True. The blood roots.
All right, so top of the round. We'll go ahead and start it off with Sybil.
Okay. In the past 6 seconds, Sybil had gotten bitten by a vampire. I was planning on doing the woozy reaction. Then she got simultaneously radiant and necro exploded. So she's just... Oh. Okay. She's gonna grab her blade again. Look around, see the bears, go, nope, not even stressing about the bears. Stab a bitch.
Yeah, and to be fair, the bears are all actively mauling the fuck out of these things.
Yeah, but it's one of those. Is that the blood loss? Is that the head trauma? Stab.
All right.
So attempt 1, not to mention nearly getting shot, but that was honestly the tamest part of the round.
That's fair.
So stab attempt 1.
Jesus Christ, how'd you roll a 30?
I've got a plus 11 because it's a plus 2 blade.
I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, no, I mean, you definitely hit it.
Okay, this is where it's going to get a little bit weird because I have to roll short sword damage instead. For this, so I'm going to just roll the d6. Or I'm going to roll it all in the manual thing. Do I get the extra 1d8 against undead targets?
Okay, so to be clear, you used a bonus action to activate the blade, because that is part of how this works.
Then, yes.
Okay, give me one moment, please.
That explains why I missed last time, because I didn't activate the blade.
All right. So as you activate the blade, this energy, this light, kind of explodes out from around you. Give me one moment. And all of the entities within this radius begin to scream, and their flesh begins to actively burn. So you hit, so just roll a d6.
Yep, I did the d6. That's a 3, and then I was gonna just click the blade for everything else.
Yeah, but the blade is gonna roll a d8, so we're gonna have to just do math on it. So you're just gonna do
that's why I
custom
did
rolls.
the d6.
Yeah, but I'm not. I don't want to do all the subtraction and shit. So just roll the So roll a d8. Because you do a d6 and then you do a d8. So that's 5, 8 plus 2 plus your dex modifier.
Yep, so that's +6.
Okay, so now we're at 13, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
14.
14, okay. And then roll your sneak attack damage. Because you have a lot of allies within this little spot. Okay, perfect. So it's 14 plus 30. Okay. God damn it. That wasn't my fucking main one. Okay, hey, that's interesting. I just figured something out then. That means that that is not actually how it works. They are unfortunately all coded in a very weird way. So we're just looking at blocks now. Okay, because I changed them all during my break. So, Sybil, you kind of like push past these two big-ass fucking black bears, and this entity that was just barely bloodied. You drive this blade into its stomach. It's not even fancy. It's like not even flourishy, just desperately trying to get the blade in. As it hits it, this thing's entire form erupts in this energy. And as it is screeching, it rears its head back, and its head just bursts into nothingness, into dust. And its body collapses inward and then explodes outward. I need Sybil.
Sorry about the bears.
All of the bears, so Candace, for the bears, I'll need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Constitution saving throws, and then Bloodmane a Constitution saving throw from you as well. And obviously Sybil. Okay, so that is... Alright, so let me just go backwards here. Wow, that was not a good saving throw. Four. This is 25 reduced is 12, so that would be 13. Okay, so as this thing explodes, all but one of the bears just fucking evaporate. You see, as it hits, the fur and the flesh melts from their body, and they kind of vanish in a puff of smoke as they were magically created. Bloodmane, you also failed. And I apologize, let me just look back up. Sybil, you did succeed. So Sybil, you take 12, because it's rounded down. Bloodmane, you take 25 points of necrotic damage. And just so you guys know, these other entities do not seem to be affected by this blood.
For my verbal, just going to... Oh. And that will conclude my turn.
Okay. So, the two entities that are hurt currently do not appear to be regenerating, as their flesh is currently sizzling under the sunlight of this blade. However, now they're gonna do some work. Alright, so Winnie, we're gonna go ahead and start with your side. This entity tries to claw you. What is your AC on this? 14?
14.
Got it. Okay, so it misses with the claws. And it misses with the bite. Sybil. You are missed with the claws.
Thank you, protection.
And it swipes at you again with the claws, and that also does miss it. Bloodmane. You are grappled. Which doesn't really mean much except that you're grappled. Okay, so the first bite misses. The second bite misses. The third bite misses. You are struck by claws. Once. Okay, and you take, reduced is 5 points of slashing damage. So, 6 attacks, only 1 lands its mark. And that is it for them, as they are in the process of screaming and sizzling under the horrific sunlight that is the Sunblade. Gartok.
Alright, so Sybil seems to be in a much better position than before, but now Bloodbane seems to have swapped positions with Sybil. So he's going
I'm
to
fine.
turn
Bloodbane is
over
fine.
there. Ian Umlek. Fair. Bloodbane is big strong. You're right. Pointing that out, he's gonna shoot at. That's the one above Sybil. But first, I'm gonna use the bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark. First level.
Okay. So you cast Hunter's Mark. Give me one moment to drop that. Sorry, what's that? Oh,
getting
never
our
mind.
kid to go to sleep.
I gotcha. Okay, so you cast the Hunter's Mark. Boom, kind of emanates over this entity. And then you take your shot. Your shot is with disadvantage because you are firing into melee.
That's fine. This is also with a -5 still. I'm gonna be using Sharpshooter.
Gotcha. Okay. And that's
-16.
-5 on top of that. Okay, got it. Yeah, so the 16 does hit. Go ahead and lay some damage on me. Ah, damn. Okay,
These
yeah.
are still regular arrows.
Yep, so the arrow hits it, boom, punches a hole through this thing. The hole around where the arrow penetrated looks like it is actively sizzling and flesh is melting away from it. It is not regenerating.
And then I will try and shoot it again.
All right.
Nope.
Ooh, man, that one is no good. Okay, so give me a moment.
Sorry, Sable.
But wait, there's a chart. Just hold on, I didn't expect this. You know, Gartok, I didn't expect this out of you.
I know, I'm disappointed in myself.
We only ranger in one way in this group.
Right, right.
Of course, this happens while I was aiming at the one by Sybil.
I'm okay with this karmic justice.
13. So that's 13. That's 25 to hit her. Okay.
I guess just to clarify, Gartok would have looked at Bloodmane's situation, but Bloodmane to him is the strongest because he physically is. Therefore, he is like, no, Bloodmane's got that. Don't want to interrupt his glory, and then he'll turn.
Bloodmane turns into a empty husk, just completely drained of blood. Like,
Yeah, just puts like a thin paper thumbs up.
Alright, so Sybil, you are struck by the arrow.
I don't think I would have been expecting it, so I don't think it's... Well, would I have seen it? Can I still uncanny dodge that?
Nope.
Okay.
But it's not for a whole lot of damage. Sorry, I have to jump between this chart and Gartok's fucking sheet, because I don't know his character well enough, admittedly. So just bear with me one sec.
This was sharpshooter, if you want to.
No, I trust me, I know. That's why I'm doing the math. Okay, so that was 21 points of piercing damage. So you guys see Gartok rear back on his bow, kind of focusing on this thing behind Sybil. As he goes to fire, his foot catches one of the blood roots, which is slick with that black slimy blood. He begins to kind of slip backwards, and he looses the arrow anyways, and it flies, I mean, straight into Sybil's shoulder blade, punches a hole through her shoulder blade, and flies out into the distance. You hear her kind of scream out in pain. She is bloodied. All right. Anything else, Gartok?
Whoops. No, I used my bonus action already, so that's about it. Gartok's just gonna look. Actually, no, he's in the middle of a fight. He's just gonna keep staring at the creature.
Winnie.
Okay. Not wolves, the bears. Actually, I'll just attack with Winnie first. So, with pack tactics, I'm gonna attack with advantage on this guy right here.
Okay. Okay.
It wouldn't let me. Sorry. There we go. Yeah. So
That's fine. It doesn't matter. 20 hits. Okay, but let me ask you this. Are your attacks magical for the sake of overcoming this, or is it just your summons?
You make sure
Because
it is mine as well.
I...
It doesn't specifically say on my. Hold on a second.
Then it's not. It would say under your shapeshift. Under your wild shape.
Okay, so it says you can magically assume the shape of a beast that you've seen before twice for a short rest.
Never mind. I'll take a look myself. Give me a second. Okay, it is not magical.
Okay.
Okay, I just needed to know for the thing. Let me make that strength check really quick, though. DC 13, and I rolled a dirty 20, so it does not get knocked down, but it does take some damage. Not much. Do you have multi-attack or no?
No, not in
No.
this one. So,
Okay. Then the bears.
Yeah, this bear is going to attack here.
Okay. Yeah, that nat 20 hits for sure. The 9 misses, and it does take full damage, because it is magical.
This one's going to do the same thing.
Okay. So that's 7, 6, 5, 4, so it's 6. Alright. Alright, so this thing is starting to look a little fucked up, and with each one of these wounds being dug into it and it not resisting the damage because of the magic behind the attacks, and the sunlight pouring into the wounds just fester and begin to open even more.
Okay, and then this one here is going to move right here
Okay.
and attack this one.
Understood. So those are both hits. And this thing is hanging on by a fucking thread. This bear runs up, bites the side of it, nearly tears its arm completely off, and then swipes it so deep in the side that it punches through the ribs, and as it pulls down, some of its ribcage comes with it, and you see a dry, shriveled up lung inside like a dead banana.
Alright, that's as good. Okay, and that is all that I can do.
Alright. The big BM.
I
There's blood. I've been waiting to drop that one for a long
You've
time.
been waiting to drop the BM.
God damn it.
Listen, last night was the first night in like 4 months that these assholes on stream made me read pages and pages of dad jokes, so I'm kind of stuck in it today.
Fair.
All right, Bloodmane, what you doing?
Gonna try to finish off the one
Understood.
that I've been working on.
Go to sleep right now.
27 hits. All right. So, Bloodmane, as you slice through this fucking thing, it just, I mean, as you cut gracefully from upper left to lower right, the sunlight kind of punches through, and you see it cauterize the edge, just absolutely refusing to allow this thing to regenerate. With that, its body explodes outwards, and the blood splatters all around. So that's going to be Bloodmane, one bear, and Sybil. I need a Constitution saving throw from you three, please.
I rolled
goddamn bear
three
save.
17s in a row for that.
Not
What the
fucking
fuck?
bad. All right, so Sybil, you saved. Bloodmane, what the fuck is with these con rolls, man? You're the barbarian. Okay, so that's 27 points of necrotic damage, and Sybil, you take 13. Winnie, you see the bear, as it's hit, as the wave of blood rolls across it, the whole thing just fizzles out of existence. Alright. But you do get your follow-through attack, because this is a great weapon, and you get your second attack, so you have 2 more attacks.
Yep. Which one of these bitches got her hands on me?
That would be little Tink Tink right here.
Tink tink it is.
Whatever you just did, that helped. Thank you. To the map.
Oh, the ping?
No, it's like everything just went into focus more. Might have been the light got moved. I'm not sure.
I didn't do nothing.
Okay, maybe it was my roll 20 being stupid.
Probably. Okay, so you hit both times. Oh, did you see? I know what happened. You saw Sybil drop to the bottom of the. You saw her go under the light layer. I'm guessing is what happened. Is that what it was? And then she popped back up.
Maybe.
Okay. That's just a common thing that happens sometimes. All right, Bloodmane, you slice into this thing 2 times. You've almost already got it to bloodied. It is not looking great, but it's still standing, and she's still holding on. She's holding on for dear life.
All right, that's what I got.
All Rick.
I'm going to take a little move up to here, and I'm going to cast a 4th level Cure Wounds onto Bloodmane.
All right.
And then get another 8 on top of that from my form.
All right, so 24 points of healing to Bloodmane. As you touch him, you realize that there is some really dark, nasty, like black and green kind of pulsating veins coming up from underneath his collar along the back of his neck. That does not restore your lost HP.
Okay.
That'll be later Ulrich's problem. And I'm going to take a step back.
Okay. All right. Back to the top. Sybil. Ooh, Sybil. Sorry, my combat tracker tells me when you're not doing good by flashing red over your icon, and you're not doing good.
It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Sybil, as she had gotten shot, is going to do a quick look back at Gartok, and then she's going to step right there.
Kill him with the sunblade. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Who do you think I am? A halfling?
Not yet. There's still time.
I'm working on getting there, apparently. Stab a bitch.
All right, sounds good. Go ahead and give me an attack roll, please. Yep, 26 hits. So just a D8 and a D6 separately. plus sneak attack, plus I believe you said
So
6,
12
correct?
plus sneak attack.
Alright, so you absolutely shank the fucking shit out of this thing. Again, as you drive the Sunblade into it, from every cut and orifice on this thing's body that currently exists, light bursts out from. As it screeches and turns around, you see light is actually burning through the back of its eyeballs as it's staring at you. Its mouth unhinged, this flood of light. It's like you stuck a flashlight up its ass. And that's, well, on top of the sizzling, this is, you know, like worse than cooking with Martha Stewart in prison. So, we've been watching a lot of documentaries lately. I'm in a weird space. Okay, so it is way fucking beyond bloodied from almost full health.
Okay. And then I'm going to do my favorite little... I don't actually know where I can step into the trees and stuff. No, I think I'm just out of range of that thing exploding on me. I'll stay where I'm at and just try and stab at one with the fell blade.
Understood. Go ahead and give me an attack roll. $23 does hit. Alright, yeah, so you follow up with the blade.
A single die just falling.
Yeah, 8's not bad for a fucking dagger. Especially a magic dagger that's doing full damage to this thing. It's kind of impressive, honestly. That was a lot of damage in one turn. But, you know, rogue shit. So, yeah, it's not looking great. This thing is fumbling and screaming, and as you pull the Sunblade out, there's just like this puddle of ooze dripping from its insides. It's horrific. Alright, anything else?
No, I'm good.
Alright, so... it fucking comes at you big time.
I'm feeling buffed by this aura, so, or this protection, so bring it. Please don't bring it.
Alright, so it swipes at you with one claw, misses. Attempts to swipe at you again. And that is also a miss. Down to Bloodmane. Bloodmane, we'll start with you. Okay, it does bite you.
No more. Go to sleep right now.
Okay, so that is for 14 points of necrotic damage, and your total hit points are reduced by an additional 14. The spawn below is going to try to claw you. And that does hit. That is a nat 20. Luckily for you, this is with its claws, which are not magical and not dealing necrotic, so its whopping 14 points of damage is reduced to 7. Nice crit, asshole. However, now it's gonna try to fucking bite you. And it misses with the bite. Down to Winnie. Alright, so Winnie, it does hit you with its claw.
Okay.
And as it does so, you are grappled. As it kind of like grabs you around the head. It like grabs you with one hand by the scruff and one hand kind of like up and around the ear. You take 11 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And then it is going to attempt to bite you. And the bite misses. Just so you guys are clear, while these things are sizzling and screaming and burning in this sunlight energy, they are wincing and having a tough time seeing where you guys are. They are not, it is very clear that they suddenly have a very hard time trying to hit you guys. Just to be clear.
Good to know.
Okay, that's it for the spawn. Gartok.
Alright, so Sybil has finally moved, so Gartok's gonna move onto this branch here. He'll kind of give like a glance at Sybil to be like, sorry, but that's about all you're gonna get, and then he's gonna try and shoot this thing in front of him. But first I'm going to bonus action Slayer's Bread for extra d6.
Okay, give me 1 second to... And you can Slayer Prey unlimited, correct?
Yes, Slayer's
Okay.
Bread. is just-
That's the one I
it's
used
just
the red one for. Okay, so Slayer's Prey goes up. Boom, make your attack roll. It is with disadvantage because you are firing into a melee.
-5.
And -5. Oh, please roll another nat 1.
No.
Look, if I don't have to kill your party, I go home with a clean conscience. If you kill your party, fuck you.
12.
A 12 misses. Oh boy. Give me a moment. Sybil, what the hell is your AC? Is it a 16 or a 17? 17?
17.
17 right now.
Fancy armor.
Okay, yeah. Gartok, unfortunately, has a really fucking high bonus to hit.
+12.
Well, no, but it was with the sharpshooter, so it was actually -5, so it's only +7. Right, okay, yeah. Just so I'm understanding that math correctly. Because that is kind of a big deal. So that would be... Okay, so the arrow, it bypasses this thing as it's trying to bite you, Sybil, and you see the arrow is coming straight at your fucking chest. So you duck with this thing, and the arrow flies past you, but it was that fucking close to hitting you again. Okay, Gartok.
And I don't want to try again, but I'm going to.
Thank you.
17 is the high?
Yeah.
Okay, 17 does hit. So go ahead and give me Slayer's Prey plus Hunter's Mark plus damage. Plus 10. Jesus fuck.
No. No more fooling around.
Alright, so that is 20, so 30. Got it. So this thing is still up and moving around, screeching, but that arrow, I mean, it blew out part of its spine. Its left leg goes completely dead, and it's just kind of like hobbling around on the one leg now. It's still trying to very ferociously bite Sybil. Anything else, Gartok?
No, that's it for my turn.
Winnie,
Alright, so
this thing has got you grappled and is very desperately trying to bite you.
Yeah, oh, I forgot to update my... Sorry, I forgot to update my status to grappled.
That's alright, I got the markers.
Okay, so, I want to... I guess just attack it. I mean, I can still attack even when I'm grappled.
Yeah,
so
yeah, your speed is just 0. It chooses where you go for right now.
Right, so I'm just gonna try to bite it with
Unless you
attack
try to escape.
tactics.
Okay, got it.
Okay, well, fuck me, I guess. And then I'm going to, have the bears attack it.
Okay. Yeah, it's tough to bite something you find as a wolf when something's holding you by the scruff.
Yeah.
And an ear.
Alright, the bears will attack now.
Alright, so that is miss, and the second bear hits on both fucking attacks.
With a nat 20. Yeah, I think
with
that's the
another
same.
nat 20. Yeah, that's a good bear. Okay, so that's going to be 20 points of damage total. And it takes all of it. It is officially bloodied. This thing is now struggling and is bleeding profusely.
And then you'd hear Winnie howl. People would hear Winnie. She's not gonna do it crazy loud, but just loud enough to maybe get attention. So that is all that I can do because I don't have any movement.
Bloodmane.
Alright. Well, I just got howled at. It's because I'm so hot. I'm gonna try to cut this bitch's hands off. She got her hands on me. I don't like that.
Okay, so go ahead. You're gonna attack her.
Yeah, I'm just attacking.
All right, go ahead and give me a couple attack rolls. 16 does hit.
And I assume she's still up.
Very much so. Oof.
And that'll be a miss.
All right, yeah, so that definitely it catches you off guard because you were so confident about cutting her hands off that when you don't, you're like lose yourself from when you're like, oh, okay. All right, anything else?
Nope. That's it.
Ulrich.
So Sybil might be mad, but I'm going to drop concentration on the protection against good and evil.
I have sunlight.
Sorry about that. Then I'm going to use the staff, and I'm going to burn 5 charges on the staff to cast telekinesis. And I'm going to cast it at Sybil.
Okay.
Yeah, I might be mad.
And I'm going to pull her back to by my side.
Okay, give me just one moment. All right, so Arik holds the staff out. The magic begins to spin around the top of the staff, and you see these energy globes begin to kind of like pulsate out of the shaft of the staff, the staff shaft, and up into the gyro mechanism. As the spell activates,
I'm just going to say as I'm casting it, trust me.
so Sybil, you can choose whether or not you hear him say "trust you," but you do feel like there is magic currently trying to impact you.
If he hadn't said trust me, I was gonna fight that. But because he said it, I'll let it happen, even though this thing's gonna hurt.
Okay, yeah, and as that happens, you gain the restrained condition. Unfortunately, meaning this thing has advantage on attack rolls against you, and it is going to try to attack you as he pulls you back.
Didn't think about that part. My bad.
Yeah, well, here we are. Got to read that spell, right? So, where exactly did you want her? Back next to you?
Yeah,
Like there or on the other side?
there's fine.
Okay, so give me one moment. Okay, so it does hit you. And give me a moment. As it hits you with its claws, you will take 9 points of slashing damage. And you are grappled by this thing. So now we get into a weird situation. Now we get into a really weird situation. So because this is effectively an entity that cannot move now, yet you are exerting force on something that is trying to move, we are going to be making a contest here. So I need you to make an ability check with your spellcasting ability, which is charisma. So give me a charisma check, Casey. And then this entity is going to be making a strength check to see who is stronger.
I'm going to use my favorite of the gods on that.
Favored by the gods? Okay. Go ahead and roll your 2d4, please.
Oh my god.
You manage to yank control just barely from this thing's grasp, and it lets go, and Sybil flies over to you. Sybil, you still take the damage, but you have
Already
succeeded.
marked.
All right, and you are telekineted. Telekineted. Telekineet that bitch. All right, I'm done.
I'm gonna spend 2 sorcery points to quicken a sacred flame and hit it with the sacred flame.
The plan comes together, I see.
All right, and that's a dexterity saving throw, correct?
Yep, 19.
Got it. That's a dirty 20.
Well,
It sees that
Plan
coming.
falls apart.
it was a good idea almost.
All right, let's go all the way back to the top. Sybil, Sybil, you are restrained. You cannot move. So you can attack if you want to, but you have disadvantage on all of your attack rolls and dexterity saving throws, and that's that. And you cannot move, as you're being held aloft by the magic of this staff.
Fuck it, I'm gonna throw my foul blade.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a ranged attack roll with the foul blade. With disadvantage. 13 does miss.
I don't think I can grab another foul blade or blade because I'm restrained. That just happened to be in my hand.
Yep. Yeah, it's tough. This is a strong spell. It's like the air is just, which is ironic considering your species.
So she's gonna look down a little bit. I'm trying. No, sorry. She looks down and says, "You're making it a little hard to trust you right now." And that's all I can do. I am now the floating torch. I'm the beacon.
All right.
It was a very good plan, though. I am sorry that it saved.
I have to work on the mechanics of the plan.
Yup. I am, however, going to take note of where the foul blade went, because I am absolutely going to try and retrieve that afterwards.
We'll see about that.
I'm going to try.
Okay, so this entity, very, very upset that its prey got away, bolts south and lunges at Sybil. Okay, it misses on the first attack. It just kind of like glances off your armor. The second attack does hit. Oh, that's hilarious. So yeah. Oh, sorry. It's not actually hilarious. It's a little fucked up. So this thing, as you are already restrained, it doesn't need to grapple you to bite you. And it fucking bites into your clavicle. And as it does so, Ulrich, you see the same black and green veins that were on the back of Bloodmane's head just completely envelop Sybil's face. Sybil, you take 14 points of necrotic damage, and your total health is reduced by that amount.
Okay, very important question, because the last time my total max was reduced, I was at max. The hit points I have left before the reduction, does that number decrease, or is it just the total pool?
Oh yeah, you still take damage. Yeah, you still take damage, 100%.
Yeah, but it's not like I'm taking 28. It's only I'm taking 14, and then the overall is reduced.
Right, so you have 98 right now. Your new total hit points is 84, but you also are taking that 14, so you minus it from whatever your pool is currently at. This is not a good thing to be hit with. Okay, so with that being said, that is all that thing can do. Bloodmane, let's go ahead and move over to you. Yeah, so Bloodmane, none of these things manage to successfully bite or claw you. Winnie, this one's gonna attack you.
Okay.
That's a miss. Oh, shit. And a miss. Okay. Gartok.
Right, so Sybil is badly hurt, but Kartok has prey in his sights. And he is going to... He's been firing at disadvantage this whole time. Now he just has a different reason. So he's going to try and keep firing at this thing. With -5.
And disadvantage.
So AC 11.
Okay, 11 misses. $16 does hit. And the arrow, the first one that had missed, flies just barely over the top of Bloodmane's head. Okay.
29 damage.
So, as you fire the first arrow, this thing kind of like ducks out of the way, misses Bloodmane by a hair. The second one you put right through this thing's chest, and as it does so, it doesn't even hit the ground before its body detonates outwards. I need Gartok, Sybil, both bears, Bloodmane, and Ulrich to all make Constitution saving throws, please. Holy shit, God. Sorry. You guys don't see it on my end, but Candace can, like, machine gun the saves that only pop up on the DM screen, and it scares the shit out of me every time. Okay, so let me go back up here. So, Sybil, you saved. Bloodmane, you saved. Ulrich, you saved. Gartok, you failed. Winnie, all of your bears saved. So, Gartok, you take 21 points of necrotic damage. Everybody else takes 10. And Ulrich, go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw for your concentration. Gartok, you do that as well. Your DCs are 10.
Can I choose to fail?
Um,
Well, because you could drop concentration. Because I looked it up, I didn't know, but you can drop concentration at any time, so I'm just gonna choose the.
I mean, yeah, you can fail, sure.
Yeah.
All right, and sorry, the bears succeeded, so let me just do them real quick. All right. And Gartok, oh, you did your Constitution saving throw. Sorry, no. I think I need your Constitution saving throw, Gartok, for your concentration, please. 16, you're fine. Okay. Gartok, anything else?
I guess as a bonus action, I'll move my Hunter's Mark onto in front of Bloodmane.
Okie dokie. There you go. Winnie.
And that'll be it for...
Okay. I'm just gonna keep trying to hit this thing. So I'm gonna attack it as a dire wolf with advantage.
Got it.
Nat 20.
Yeah, nat 20 will hit. For 12 points of damage. It does appear to
Regular,
take, yep, less. Okay, does a little bit to it.
For the birds.
Okay. Every one of those attacks missed. Bears are having a tough time after getting blown up from the back with hot, nasty undead blood. Okay, anything else?
I don't think so.
Bloodmane.
Same one.
16 does hit. Alright, it ain't looking hot. 30'll do. It's still standing, but you are, I mean, you are carving this thing like drunk on Thanksgiving. It's insane. That poor, poor turkey.
And that's what I got.
Alright, that brings us to Ulrich.
I'm gonna hit Sybil with a 4th level Cure Wounds.
Alright, Sybil, you are healed for, what is that, 32?
32.
Yep.
32.
Okay.
And I'm gonna take a couple steps back.
Alright. So, Sybil, the healing definitely feels good. You feel some of the blood come back into you, but you know something is not fucking right. You feel cold and clammy. Alright, that brings us back to the top. Hey, Sybil!
So I feel at this point she's just trying to keep her game face on, leaning into that charisma. So she's going to go and take a couple. She's just not even gonna hesitate. As soon as she can move again, she's going to lunge forward to try and help Bloodmane here. So we're gonna do a little stabby.
Okay. Yeah, so 14 misses.
Not great stabby. Okay, we're going to pull the other foul blade. Try a little stabby.
Okay.
Never mind. Apparently, after blood loss and telekinetic spinal readjustments.
Not easy. Not easy being queasy.
Yep. Now, what I am going to do, though, is because I swung on this thing, fancy footwork, I am going to. So that was... Go right back there.
Okie dokie. Alright.
Because I have a feeling I was going to get shot otherwise.
Bloodmane. These entities are going to attempt to fuck your day up. Not with rolls like that, they ain't. Yeah, not great. Again, they're just, I mean, they're swinging at you in vain. They're really, really struggling in this sunlight. Winnie... You are hit, Winnie. So it bites you for 17 points of necrotic damage, and your wolf's total is reduced by 17, so your new total is 20. And then
down to 9, just so you know, because I've been hit once before.
no, I said your new total is 9. Your total hit points. So if you try to get healed, you cannot be healed past 20. It is going to attack you with its claws. You can try to dig into you. It does hit you with the claws, and that is for 8 points of slashing damage, just barely. All right, that's it for them. Let's go to the man with the plan, the one I don't have to pay to kill his fucking friends, Gartok.
Listen, you're paying me in meat. Shoot. I'm gonna bonus action put Slayer's Prey on the one in front of Bloodmane that I Hunter's marked.
Okay.
And I will attempt to shoot it twice. Because these are Bloodmanes, he will not use the Sharpshooter, because he's trying to weaken them for blood. If they die accidentally, it's not his fault. It's still with disadvantage, right?
Oh yeah, you're fighting somebody who's grappled.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy. Okay,
Sorry, Bloodmane.
go ahead and roll damage. It would not include the Slayer's Prey. Alright, so Bloodmane, and these are regular arrows, so Bloodmane, you take 5 points of piercing damage as Gartok fires another fucking arrow in this combat and shoots you in the forearm. You kind of, like, look down and look up at him, and he's just... There's something not right. He's got, like, this fucking look in his eye. Well, I don't know which eye, but one of those fucking eyes. Alright, Gartok.
Gonna try one more time before I give up on shooting.
Alright. So 23 is the low. 23 does hit. Alright. And with the reduced damage, it takes away the remaining 6 hit points of the entity. And as you fire Gartok and finally hit your mark, there is a sudden vibration in reality before there is an explosion outwards of hot blood. I'm hot-blooded! Okay, so let's see, that's 5, 10. So, Candace, I need 1 from the bear and a con save. Never mind, Bloodmane saw that. Didn't like it, but I saw it.
Can I give my bears to Bloodmane, please?
Okay, so the bear takes 7, Bloodmane, you take 15 points of necrotic. Alright. Gartok, you done enough damage?
I think that's enough, yeah.
Okay, Winnie?
Alright, I'm gonna just continue to try to get rid of this damn thing.
Understood.
Wow, that keeps happening.
Yep,
Really
that definitely doesn't hit.
Okay, and then the bears.
Again, and this thing has pretty much torn your right ear off. It's pretty horrific.
Rude fucker.
The bears, on the other hand, Jesus Christ. It's 8, 9, 10, 11, so 20 points of damage from the bears.
Magical.
Yep, this thing is still up, still kicking. It ain't looking good, but it's still going.
Much weaker howl.
Alright, anything else, Winnie?
No.
Big man.
Alrighty.
$25 hits. $16 also hits. Okay, yeah, you have almost brought this thing straight to bloodied. But it was fresh. I mean, it hadn't been touched up until this point, so.
Touched by an angel.
Touched? Oh my god. But true. Alright. Ulrich.
Make a little move, and I'm gonna target the one on Winnie with Sacred Flame. So dex save.
Okay, it fails.
Sorry, Winnie.
All right, so yeah, the holy fire kind of comes down around, swirls around this thing. Does not kill it outright, but where it is burning, the flame sticks like napalm, and under the sunlight, it just continues to crackle and sizzle. And this thing is screaming, and in its last, like, desperate shake, you see it tears the ear off of Winnie's wolf, throws it on the ground, and then sticks its claws up and under that hole, and just holds on to her flesh on the inside, still screaming and burning.
I'm going to spend 2 sorcery points to quicken another Sacred Flame on it, so I'm trying to get rid of this.
Fails again. And as the second Sacred Flame comes down, the creature pulls its hands out from the wolf's head finally, and as it squeals, it begins to sizzle before bursting outward. So I need 5, 10. I need Sybil, Winnie, both wolves, and Bloodmane. to make Constitution saving throws, please. All right.
Thematically, that's so appropriate.
Hang on. What was that, Candace?
I use Winnie's, right? Because I'm not in my wolf form anymore.
What? You're on your wolf farm. You have 1 hit point.
Oh, that's right. I did have one. Yeah, that's
Yeah, so use the wolf.
right. Okay, okay.
That was just a thematic thing. That I mean, when you're at 1 out of total hit points,
disgusting.
kiss your fucking ear goodbye.
Oh,
That's my ear.
I liked it though.
Make a necklace.
So do I still?
Just roll a Constitution saving throw. That's all I asked for.
Okay.
Okay, so you were the only one who saved. So Sybil. So both the bears pop. Sybil and Bloodmane each take 24 points of necrotic damage. Winnie, you take 12, but your form does vanish. Give me 1 second to jump to my other layer. And then you take 11 carryover.
Yeah, got it.
All right. Anything else, Ulrich?
Nope, I did enough damage.
All right, back to the top. This is a great fight. I have done shit to you guys. You're just like, hey, why don't we all gather up? We know they explode when they die. Fuck it, pop them.
Let's let them explode.
Sybil,
Why do you think I've been on the outside?
you fucking guy.
Well, for me, it's because my Sunlight Blade works better in stabby range. And my spine does not work well in telekineting range. So I'm going to move up into explodey range and do another little bit of stabbing.
Okay. With a 21, a 21 does hit. Yep.
Figured
Jesus
that could make
Christ.
things easier.
All right, so yeah, you shank this fucking thing, and as you do so, yeah, Bloodmane, like, you see the light just kind of like burst out from every lash, every lick that you've given it. Sunlight just begins to seep through, and as it does so, you see the skin begin to peel back and blacken and char as this thing is screaming literally from the inside out. It's still up. It's still alive. Not by much.
Okay, sorry, give me just a second. I'm double checking phrasing on this on ability. Okay, I am going to move. Okay, let me run this by you as a DM to make sure that I'm doing this right. I would like to forego using my second attack for 2-up and fighting to instead use the my whatchamacallit, commander strike maneuver to tell Bloodmane to attack instead. I would like to move out of the way first. Can I do that? Because the 2-up and fighting just says you can make an attack later on the turn. So I'd like to move and then forego the attack. It's a little weird, so I just want to make sure I'm reading it right.
No. So that's not the way it works. So it says when you take the attack action on your turn, you can forego one of your attacks and use a bonus action to direct an ally that can hear or see you to use their attack. You don't get 2 attacks. You get 1 attack. So that's not how that works.
Okay. That's cool. In that case, I'm going to just do a stab with the Foul Blade and hope that I don't get exploded to death. Or I can just miss. And now I'm gonna move.
Okay. So this poor defenseless, innocent angel that you have been brutalizing had to watch all of its friends die. It's just trying to fucking eat, breathe, be merry. I guess it'll attack Bloodmane. Alright, Bloodmane. Oh shit, that's a fucking nat 20. So Bloodmane, you are unfortunately grappled again as this thing fucking claws at you desperately. It grabs a hold of you. You don't take a whole lot of damage because that was its claws. So out of the 12 it dealt to you, you only take 6 points of slashing damage. And now it's going to try to bite you. And it rolls an 8, so that's cool. Definitely doesn't bite you. Gartok.
Alright, well, Gartok has seen that his bow has both helped but caused mostly damage. I think I'll... Is it an action or a bonus action to put my bow away?
It's an environmental action.
Okay, and then can I take out my sword as well?
Sure. Now, you can't do that, like, 6 times, but yeah, you can do that once in a round.
Right, then I'll do that and go 5, 10, 15, get next to Bloodmane, and I will attack it with my scimitar.
Okay. Okay, 19 hits.
Ignore that. There's prep. Let's turn that off. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. So it's just 6 points total. Okay, it seems to take all of that damage.
And then I will do it again.
As the Dragon Slayer scimitar carves up its body, very sad that this is not a dragon. It still deals some damage to it. 16 hits.
9 damage.
Alright, this thing's not looking good. Looking awfully volatile. Anything else, Gartok?
Yes. I will, as a bonus action, use refocus camera, and then as my actual bonus action, I will use Hungry Jaws, which allows me to make a bite action as a bonus action.
Okay. Give me one moment. I need to make a call on this. Okay. Yep, that hits. Go ahead and give me damage. Lovely.
6 damage.
So you guys see Gartok take a fucking bite out of this thing. He just like rears down after slashing with the scimitar, takes a chunk out of its undead flesh, and then throws his head back and swallows some of the meat. You do gain 2 temporary hit points, and I need a Constitution saving throw.
That was almost a 20.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Anything else?
No, that's it for me.
Winnie?
I will stay here and take it.
Okay.
Alright. I'm going to... How bad is Bloodmane looking right now?
He's looking pretty rough. He's bloodied.
Alright, so I'm gonna...
He's also got these weird black and green veins kind of creeping up from underneath his collar, and they're at this point they're stretching to the top of his head, and they are very slightly pulsating.
Okay.
And Sybil is covered in them. It's down to her fingertips. It's all over her face.
Super. Okay, so I'm going to...
Oh, sorry, you don't have concentration anymore.
Oh, I don't. You're right. Yep, thank you. I'm going to, I'll cast Cure Wounds on him at 3rd level.
3rd level Cure Wounds. Okay, go ahead and mark it off.
It is marked. 16
All right.
points of healing.
So, Bloodmane, there's a soft hand on your back, and you feel some of the grievous wounds you've suffered. They kind of sizzle and close up. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Bloodmane.
Okie dokie.
Oh, yeah, 27. Oh, I don't think this thing's long for this world. Oh, yep, there we go. All right, give me a moment. Yeah, so, Bloodmane, you swing down to finish this fucking thing off, and as it collapses, there is a detonation of hot blood that sprays up the lot of you. I need Gartok, Bloodmane, and we need to make Constitution saving throws. Gartok, you make yours at disadvantage. Okay.
10.
What was that? A 10?
10.
Oh, that's weird. I didn't see that second roll come through. I'll accept the 10, though. Okay, so that would be 12 points of necrotic damage to Winnie and Gartok, and only 6 to Bloodmane because he succeeded. So, give me one moment. As this final entity explodes outwards, you guys hear silence kind of creep across the forest once more, as you all take a moment to kind of survey what in the fuck just happened. Okay. All right. What would you guys like to do?
I have a thing immediately before I forget.
Okay.
Oh, I want my bow and my foul blade back, please.
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception check. You guys see Sybil begin to root around. She's actually stumbling. She is not looking fucking good. She is stumbling all over the fucking place.
Yep. And she's doing the one-track mind thing. Perception.
Yep. And then what is everybody else doing while that's happening? It's going to take you a moment. Not too long of a moment at all.
I would want to kind of inspect the, since she's moving around, I'll inspect the, shit on Emig.
Okay, you can make a medicine check.
Well, as Sybil starts walking, Gartok will probably appear in front of her. Or walk in front of her, not appear, he's not that fast. And he'll, like, have a potion in his hand that's very obviously a, superior potion of
Get
healing.
my later. Need my blades.
As soon as you find them, get over here by me. I'm gonna try something.
Like she's doing the she's muttering it even as she kind of weaves around Gartok to try and go for her stuff.
Okay, so with the 26 perception check, you do find the foul blade. However, the interesting thing is, by the time you get to it, you just happen to catch a glint in the sunblade light, as where it landed, vines had already started to creep up and around it, and were slowly in the process of pulling it underground.
That's why I wasn't hesitating. I'm getting my blade back. If I have to use the sunblade to do so, I'm getting my blade back.
Okay. That's going to take her a few minutes to do that. Gartok said he was walking with her. So, Winnie, as you are looking at the back of Bloodmane's head and at the top of his head, with a 21, you know for sure that his body has been drained in some way, shape, or form through necrosis. And that's all there is to it.
Ulrich, we need to do something about this. And I'll point at it. Necrotic.
Do I know if a greater restoration would fix that, or would it only fix part of it?
Um, you can make a religion check. It's a little bit above what your knowledge is of what this thing even is. You know what Greater Restoration does, but you're not entirely sure how this is impacting him. He looks ugly. I mean, he's walking around just fine. Sybil is stumbling around in the fucking, well, I almost said the dark, but technically in the sunlight. She looks like shit, but you know that she is also horrifically fucking wounded. Like, should not be able to be upright in the way that she's upright right now. Bloodmane, he's just chilling. He's got some scratches and he's pretty dinged up, but he's way better off than she is, so it's kind of tough to tell.
Okay.
Do you want me to try the gem?
Yeah, try the gem first before
Okay. So I'll try the gem of lesser restoration on Emig.
Okay. So when he takes the gem out and she kind of activates it, touches the gem, you guys see the gem, the light that's cast from the gem kind of seeps into Bloodmane's blackened veins, and there is a dark kind of black ichor that is pushed back into the gem before it turns like a normal gem-y color. Nothing seems to change, and the spell is spent.
Okay. I don't think Lester's gonna do it. I don't know if Greater's gonna do it, but Lester didn't work.
It's about that time, Sybil, as you're pulling the last of the blade up and out of the roots, Gartok is behind you. Gartok, you said you were trying to offer her a healing potion. Is that what that was?
Yes.
Okay. So, like, Sybil, you happen to, like, glance up, and as you do so, the light catches, kind of like a, almost like a... Bless you. Like a, almost like a weird reflection in Gartok's eyes that glint red for a moment. Gartok then turns around, bends over, and begins to vomit blood. Gartok, you take 15 points of necrotic damage.
Ulrich.
So, you want to eat a vampire.
over there.
I mean,
Fucking stupid.
Kat and I called that earlier too.
Whatever you just said, Lucy, I did not hear it.
He said bad food.
Did you eat one of those things?
Yes, he did.
I'm gonna just take a look at him.
Okay.
While he's doing that, I'm gonna try and one-track mind my way over to where I'm pretty sure my bow is gone forever. And I'm gonna try and look. She's doing the, like, concentrate on a thing so you don't stop and think about how much you'd fucking hurt. She's doing that.
Okay. Give me a, you can give me another perception check. Ulrich, you can give me a medicine check. Ulrich, you have no fucking idea what's wrong with him. I mean, he's clearly puking up blood, but besides that, he actually looks okay.
Without studying him for, I'm not studied, is that the wrong word? Without checking him out more in depth, I really can't figure, I don't know. I mean, obviously vomiting blood is not a good idea, so maybe stop that. Or maybe keep doing it, maybe you're flushing it out, I don't know.
Sybil, you do find your bow. It's about as good as you could expect for the bow.
Okay, I will shift them back into my inventory. Apparently only one to eat the magic item.
Alright. We need to figure out what's going on with you two, and, Ulrich, would those things have turned you into that, or are we still in quite a bit of danger here?
I don't know. It's kind of always a little odd and weird when this happens, but generally it should be gone by now, because they're gone, so something's not gone.
The tree, though, the people and the tree and the webs. We should do. I feel. Nope. Gotta save Mama Moody.
So
We should check out the ones in the webs.
let me run the idea by that I was thinking of doing to try and fix Bloodmane and Sybil, because it involved our favorite spell. I would use that spell to replicate Greater Restoration and then twin it to hit them both. So
But we can keep. I
No,
can
we
keep
can't.
fighting. Emek, are you good to keep fighting?
I'm going to pause that comment right there because Emig, I saw, approached this gentle friend about 40 seconds ago, so I'm going to give you this. Gartok, I'm going to hold you up right there, bud, because you're in with this main group. So, Bloodmane, as you approach this guy, you can see he is, I mean, for all intents and purposes, it looks like he has been webbed to this massive fucking gourd. As you approach, you can see the skin. He's got like skin over most of the right hand side of his face, but the left hand side has just freshly been peeled off. He has no skin remaining on his hands that you can see, and his legs have all been gnawed down to the bone. But the dude's still breathing. And as you approach Bloodmane, he kind of like looks up at you with still some of the skin hanging off of his face, and you just hear him say, "Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Please just kill me. Please don't eat me. Oh, God." As he stares into your maw.
I'm gonna try to clear some of the web from around his mouth if I can, and get a potion of healing into him.
Okay, go ahead and mark that off and roll 2d4 plus 2, or just, click the potion thing because it does all the fancy stuff for us. Do the math thing. Okay. So you pour the potion into his mouth and you see the freshly flayed part of his face. It doesn't furl back over his face, but the skin that was peeled off kind of falls the rest of the way off, and the wound scabs over. And again, he looks up at you, and kind of like squinting, like he's having a really tough time seeing you, and he just continues to beg, "Please, I can't take this anymore. God, fucking kill me. Please stop torturing me. What did we ever do to you?" This guy is very terrified of you.
I'm not here to kill you or torture you. I'm going to try to get him out of the web and carry him down to where everybody's standing.
Okay, as he's breaking him out of the web, we'll go back to you guys' group because that was about that 40-second minute mark. What are you guys doing?
Gartok is shoving a potion to Sybil's hands, whether she likes it or not.
Okay. What kind is it?
Superior.
Alright, mark it off of your inventory, Gartok, and Sybil, you can either add it or drink it. Your call.
I'm gonna look to Ulrich. Drinking this, will it work?
Probably not as much as you're hoping. You don't have. It's like those things are like eating the life force out of you, essentially.
I know. I feel hot and cold.
Right in the middle of your sentence, Gartok bends over and pukes blood again all over Ulrich's legs and feet. Gartok, you take 21 points of necrotic damage. At this point, you can see Gartok is looking extremely ill. The color has started to fade from his scales, almost to a... I don't know if you guys have ever seen like a lizard, and this can sound really weird, but honestly, like an iguana that's in the process of dying, they get really pale, like their scales really dim down and dull down. He's starting to look like that.
He ate the... I'm gonna turn off the light.
Okay, the light goes out. Back
I'm
into
gonna see if
darkness.
there's any change in him when the radiant stops being a radiant.
Okay, the light goes out. At this point, Bloodmane, I'm not even gonna make you roll for it. You have a fucking Vorpal Greatsword. You cut this guy free. He is in bad shape. Like, literally flayed from the waist down. Bits and pieces of his chest you can see are scabbed over. But there are scars all over this guy. Just make an intelligence check. I know it's not your strong suit, but let's just see what the old brain's got in store. Disregard. You carry him back to the others.
I am going to cast a 6th level heal on Gartok, because it should end. If it's a disease, it'll end it. So
6th level heal, you said, sorry?
yeah. So get back 70 HP.
Alright, so yeah, Gartok, you are healed for 70 HP. As a very bright beacon of light kind of washes over you, you definitely feel a hell of a lot better than you did about 45 seconds ago.
Well, if you got diseased by that, that should hopefully fix it, but that was a lot what I had in the tank.
So you guys see Bloodmane now approaches the group, and he is carrying this... Well, you've already heard my description. I won't talk anymore about the Flayed Man, but it's the Flayed Man.
Oh no. Ulrich, what do we do?
You guys just keep hearing him mutter, by the way, over and over. Just kill me, please. Just fucking kill me. End it. End it.
I think hearing that, Winnie would look at Emig to see what his reaction is to that.
The shark face is shockingly devoid of emotion.
Stoic.
Did you say that he also had the Stillwater stuff on him?
I did not.
Okay, well, I'm gonna look. Does he?
He's naked. He was being
Okay,
flayed.
Okay. I need to... Ulrich, can you...
So Bloodmane, I'm assuming you
Wait.
just set this guy down. Okay, so Bloodmane sets this guy down. Also, Sybil, did you drink that superior or no?
Nope.
Nope,
I
okay.
asked Ulrich if it
Just
was going to
nope, that's
work,
fine.
and he
Just
was
making
like,
sure. Yep, I got it. Thank you.
Ulrich, can you help him so we can try and help see if we can find Mama Mundi?
Yeah, I can put a little in. Hold on, give me 1 second while I look at my brain.
Or there's I've got the potion. If he didn't get, maybe it'll help him instead.
Can I just do a medicine check on this guy to see if he is like hurt beyond recognition kind of deal?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a medicine check. I'll give it to you with advantage because of how bad he is. Bloodmane, you walk over to this guy here. As you look up, the body is unmoving. It is also flayed in the same way, though he's a little bit more intact on the top end. It looks like he was flayed kind of from the chest down. But what you do notice is that, especially with as tall as you are right now, there are multiple, probably about 36 puncture wounds around the neck and clavicle, and then like up onto his face. Like he's long gone. 22 medicine check. This guy is horrifically wounded. I mean, you can bring people back from the dead, so nobody's beyond repair. This is more of a personal and moral thing, but he's very, very horrifically wounded. You're honestly, even with a 22, looking at this guy's wounds, you're actually surprised he's even fucking alive.
Essentially, it's gonna. It's like a previous injury. It's gonna take like a regenerate to get everything to get him back to normal, right?
You could surmise that if you want.
That's pretty much what I'm.
He's not missing body part. He's not missing like his legs or his arms or anything, but he is missing a lot of his skin.
which I don't even have that left. So he's just, oh god.
I'm gonna give him the superior healing potion.
Okay.
Like, help the guy drink it.
Okay. You can go ahead and roll the healing for it.
He's when he would say this, as everybody's kind of trying to do things to save this guy, he's suffering. Can we fix him completely or not?
I don't think healing's gonna. I think he's going to need regenerate to bring his skin back, and I don't have that in me yet. I won't have that till I rest.
Well, the
He's
more healing-
hurting, and he might know things. Those two things.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
All right, so you pour the potion of superior healing down into his mouth, and you guys watch as a lot of this guy's wounds. Again, the skin doesn't just magically grow, but they scab over and regain some color. More than anything, they kind of just create really horrific scars. But he kind of blinks, and at this point, he actually reaches his hand up, and you see he pulls this long strand of fucking spider silk out of his nose and takes a deep breath, like it was the first time ever. And he kind of clears the shit out of his eyes as he pulls himself up. He does not stand, he just pulls himself to a sitting position and kind of rests his back against this root. And he's just kind of panting, and he looks up at you, Sybil, and he says in common, he just says, "Thank you." What the fuck? Oh.
What the fuck is right? Are you from Stillwater?
Kind of looks up at you suspiciously. Yes. Yes, that's where we fled from. Who the fuck are you?
I was from Stillwater at one point. We're here to try and help, we knew Mama Mundi came this way.
I wouldn't count on that one.
She's a strong son of a bitch, isn't she? If anyone could deal with this shit.
Kind of looks away from you and down. Alright, so what's everybody doing?
Winnie would have.
think-
Winnie would have gone over with you. Go ahead.
Gartek would just, I guess, moved over here while Sybil was talking, and that kind of been on watch.
Okay,
In case anything pops in.
understood.
And it'll be my intention to try and keep talking to him, but I don't want to take away from what other people are doing. I'm gonna ask him some questions.
Bloodmane is just gazing down into the hollow of the tree.
Okay, give me an athletics check, because it goes up about 20 feet. These things climbed up and out of it.
Don't
gonna
know why
use-
that happened with advantage. That was weird.
Maybe it has you raging still.
Probably. Yep.
That's okay. 17 is still good. Yeah, so you climb up this thing and you peek down into it. The bottom is fucking littered with bones. It is a nest of thick spider silk, bones, gore, hair matted down. It's disgusting.
Are there any objects that I can see kind of poking out, or is it just mostly body parts?
Make a perception check. Okay, yeah, that's not bad. You catch a couple of things that that glint just within your own vision, and that would be there are 2 or 3 long swords. It looks like there's a battle axe down there, a bunch of very sundered armor, scraps of clothing. The weaponry looks pretty mundane from where you're at. Looks like stuff you would equip a soldier with.
Well, Well, I suppose if while all this stuff's going on, it might behoove me to at least kind of try to look. So I'll see if there's anything worth looking at down there.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw as you traverse along the spider webs. So, Winnie, you see Bloodmane kind of like go down into the hollow to start to dig around. Bloodmane, you find yourself very quickly stuck in the fucking web. Winnie, were you climbing up as well? Or
so
no?
I was actually gonna wait at the bottom, but if I see him get stuck, that might.
Well, you wouldn't see him get stuck because he's inside
Oh, he's
now.
inside.
Yeah, again, guys, it's 20 feet up,
Okay,
so...
yeah, I thought he was right at the edge there. Emig, are you good?
I don't know.
You can go ahead and make a strength check if you want. $21. It is actually a struggle. You have to fucking flex everything you've got in your upper body, and you finally tear out of these fucking webs, and they are stuck to your back. It is very, very strong spider silk.
Alright. Well, I don't know if it's worth struggling with that for something that might not even be down here, so I think I'll just climb my fat ass out of this hole.
All right, and if you want to, I will say that there was one of the long swords was near where you had gotten stuck, so you can take that with if you want.
Yeah, if it's just a regular longsword, I was kind of looking for anything out of the ordinary, so...
Okay. Yeah, it appears to be regular to you. Okay, so you climb yourself out, no problem. It's easier to get out than it is in, as the inside was pretty chewed up, and there's lots of, like, handholds and things like that. Claw marks. So you pop back up over to the top. Down over to the bottom left-hand corner here. Gartok, you're keeping watch. Ulrich and Sybil, what are you doing?
I'm going to use my healing hands on the soldier just to try and get him up the rest of the way. So
Okay, go ahead and give me a roll.
it's just
Or is
17
it just...
healing.
Oh, it's just 17, okay. Alright, so for all intents and purposes, this guy appears to be fully healed, though he is scarred everywhere. But he looks... I mean, you quite literally just showed up and put the life back into him. But again, his legs are kind of emaciated. He's gaunt looking. Very obviously dehydrated. Still sickly. But he is definitely capable of at least standing at this point and moving around. Though he needs like medical attention, like in an infirmary.
You tell us what happened here? Who you came with, who you saw?
Make a persuasion check. He looks up at you and he kind of squints. I think you already know who we came here with. I just had the flesh flayed from my body. And you have the audacity to ask me who I came here with when you already mentioned our commander's name? Fuck you.
Sybil doesn't even flinch. She just... I know. But if we have even the faintest hope of being able to help others, I don't know how many she brought with in her guard. I don't know how many made it this far. I know who we saw before, but I want to save as many as we can. Please.
There wasn't a guard that she came with. We were the last fucking people in Stillwater that got out before that goddamn thing showed up. There was 12 of us. Was 12 of us. Plus her.
And now there's visible pain that shows on her face, but she's trying so hard to keep the mask up.
He kind of looks down at the vines now. Kind of like up at Emig as Emig approaches. We had 8 captains, 2 lieutenants, and 2 staff sergeants. It was every commander, or promoted commander, after our forces fell. Mundi told us that we needed to flee east. A couple of us told her that that was not a good idea. She ordered us to slay them. And we did. And then we ran. And her magic guided us. Fleet of foot all the way across the fucking river. Thought this was a good place to hole up. And it was. For a few days. And then the dead showed up. I don't even know what the fuck those things were, but they were hungry. They were capable of regenerating us. They were eating us to the brink of death and then regenerating us and doing it over and over and over.
I'm so sorry.
Me too.
Well, I think at this point Sybil is also just gonna have a hand on the root to kind of steady herself. And then she's gonna look over at Ulrich, and it's barely above a whisper, and it's the, how many have we seen?
Or on the way here, I think. 2 more here. 6 total.
Thought I counted 7. There's still a chance then. We need to figure out which way to go. She'll turn back to him. The road is mostly clear. We can give you some food and supplies. The undead armada, they've fallen. They've been destroyed. But
If the dead fell, if the fleet is gone, why the fuck are these things still here?
fuck if I know. They might not have been from the Isles. They could have been something after. I don't know. But we watched the other ones turn to nothing but ash and dust, and we've seen the trail of dust everywhere we've gone since. These ones, I've never seen anything like it, but
He glances around as he now kind of uses the back of the root to stand himself upright. Got any pants?
I think we actually might have something. Winnie?
And he's very no shame standing there just fucking buck-ass naked. Just, it is what it is now.
I mean, he's only been attached to this flesh for like 5 minutes, really.
When he would start looking through the bag.
Okay, as you're doing that, he kind of looks at the lot of you now, and he, Lucy, you had your hand up. What are you doing?
No, it's fine. It got solved.
Oh, okay. So he's kind of like up and looking around now, looking up at the trees and kind of down at just everything. And he says, you said the path is back that way, but where the fuck am I supposed to go? There's nothing left to the west. I assume there's nothing left to the east. I'm sure not in any condition to swim across the ocean. What the fuck do you want me to do? And he kind of looks like desperate, and then he looks up to like Emig. Was this your plan? To make me alive and send me on my fucking way with maybe a pair of pants?
I didn't think you'd want to move forward with us, but we'd get you back to the others.
I don't want to move forward with you, to be clear. I'm fucking done with this. But he kind of just shakes his head.
We don't think you want to wait in here. Waiting outside of this forested area till we're done, we can get you someplace safe where you can recover.
You promise?
As long as I still draw breath, I'll do my best to get you out of here.
All right.
And in the meantime, we can at least get you food, coffee, some clothes, and you can take a little bit to rest while we figure out what's forward.
You look like shit.
I feel like shit. This isn't the worst I've felt in the past few weeks.
Well, if you don't get that taken care of, you're gonna feel even worse. I saw that shit all over when these things were feeding. It'll turn you into one of them, so you better be fucking careful.
What's your name?
Kind of glances up at you, narrow-eyed. What's your name?
You make blood main, right? The Bilka of the raging waves.
You're a were-shark?
I am.
Willingly.
It is a gift for my people.
He has control of it.
He
Unlike
kinda...
anything I've heard from all but the oldest stories.
He nods, looks back up at Bloodmane. Jorgen Dawncaller. I have no special fancy title. I'm just a fucking captain of the former Stillwater Guard. Personal escort to Mama Mundi. Well, was. I heard her, by the way. I heard her singing up until recently, before everything got quiet.
Do you know which direction she was singing from?
He looks kind of down this path, and he just points with his left hand. It came from there. I only knew because my head was drawn towards it, underneath that fucking spider silk. But it got very quiet, very fast.
Jorgen Dawncaller, may we escort you back to the main road, out of this, whatever this hell is?
Just maybe get me some pants. I'll see myself out.
So I was going to ask you, because we don't have anything specifically listed as pants. We do have something that says weight of all valuables, but I know that was when we were trying to figure out the weight because it was improper. Would I be able to even like try to fashion my bedroll into pants for him, or because the cloth?
How much time do you want to take? Because you're talking about like an 8-foot long bedroll, you know, made of stuffed. I mean, we're talking a sleeping bag.
Right. Does anybody else have clothes? Because we don't have anything in the bag of holding.
I don't think mine will fit, but I do have adventuring vestments as well as common clothing, so I have an extra pair of pants.
That
Okay.
would be good. And I'll give him the wool socks too, because we have that, so I can at least pull those out of there.
Okay. So yeah, he puts he'll take the
Wait.
pan. Sorry, go ahead.
Winnie, I was given a, I believe it was just an adventuring pack, like the basic starting gear from, I think it was Ezekiel. Shortly after I got disintegrated, that whole thing got dropped in the bag of holding. There should be a set of common clothes in there. Because we dropped the entire backpack in there because I cannot carry it.
Yeah, it's not split out like that though, so.
Oh, well, that basic thing has just
Okay.
common clothes in it.
So we'll give him pants for sure and socks. Because I had those, so I removed the socks already.
Okay, so he will put on the pants, which are absolutely way too fucking big for him, but he cinches it with just like, you know, a simple like hempen belt, ties it up kind of tight and pulls it a little bit high. He stays bare-chested, but he pulls the pants up to like his belly button because, you know, Bloodmane's way fucking bigger than this guy is, and but he's swimming him, but hey, he's not got his dick hanging out, so he puts the wool socks on and like tucks the pant legs into the socks, so he's looking goofy as fuck. Slap some glasses on this asshole and call him Urkel, and we're ready to roll. But he kind of like looks at the lot of you, and he kind of like looks down the path behind you, and he says, I don't suppose you have anything to eat, do you?
I will take out rations. How many days out are we from? I guess wherever the closest. Would I be able to figure out like how many? Whatever. I'll just give him 7 days worth of rations.
Oh Jesus, he wouldn't even take that. He can't carry all that. That's heavy as fuck. Isn't that like almost 15 pounds of
Yeah,
food?
it's 14 pounds.
Yeah, no, he ain't carrying that in
I'd
his
take it out
state.
and offer it so he could take it.
Okay, he'll just take 1 day's worth. So you can remove 1 day's worth, and then he kind of like, you know, cracks the seal on it, opens it up, starts eating the hardtack, and slowly trying to like chew through the jerky. I'll wait outside.
I know you won't need it, but will you at least take a blade? And I'm gonna offer him a scimitar.
I was just about to ask if you can use a greatsword, actually.
He looks at the greatsword. In my state, I probably couldn't fucking wield that thing. He looks at the scimitar. I don't know how to use that thing. I don't suppose anybody has just a short blade or a long sword or
I
anything.
will offer him my short sword.
Okay, he takes the short sword. He kind of like pulls it out of the scabbard, looks at it. Okay.
Do you like a dagger as well, or?
No, this will do.
Okay, removing the short sword from my inventory.
So he kind of turns and steps up and over the tree stump. Again, he's looking so much better than what he was. And he kind of steps up and over by like where Gartok is, and he kind of glances at Gartok. And he kind of just nods at him. Good luck.
And he's gonna pause for a bit, think about the words. Two.
All right, so for the sake of brevity, he's going to, and if you guys are escorting him down that path, that's fine. Nothing has changed along this route. If there's anything in specific you want to do while he is exiting, you just let me know.
I think I'd ask him if he wants either a torch or well, I don't know if I have oil for the lantern.
He wouldn't take the torch.
Okay.
But he does... Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, for the record, we do have oil for it.
All right.
I will pass in escorting him back because of the others, and I'm going to take the moment to just gauge inwardly if I feel any difference.
Subscribe
And kind of do
You
the
just scared the shit out of me.
my max HP has been reduced. I feel fundamentally wrong. So narratively, she's just going to take a moment to kind of
Wake and bake
Get-
while watching D&D
take stock
Loot.
of her condition
Late
and
Shift
realize, oh,
Ronan
it's bad.
subscribed to your channel for 8 months.
Thank you so much for that, Ronan. You scared the shit out of me. I appreciate that.
Shoulder.
Sorry, I didn't hear anything you said because somebody subbed and it absolutely blew my fucking eardrums out. So just give me the abridged version of what just happened.
not going with.
Thank you, though, Ronan. I appreciate you, buddy.
During the escort, taking the time to take stock of injuries and realizing that something is fundamentally wrong. And yeah, is Ulrich going with to escort him back? Okay, then it's going to be once he is kind of out of sight, earshot, it's going to be Ulrich, can you do anything about whatever's going on? It feels not right. And also, if we can't do anything about those that have fallen, we should make sure they can't come back as those things. If they are new undead, we don't want to come out of whatever we're about to walk into and face an army of those things.
Yeah, you're not wrong. As far as fixing that,
We're going to be
don't-
heading off here pretty soon as well, Ronan. We're going to be
I
jumping
don't
over
know.
to somebody's stream,
honestly.
depending on who's
You
active.
healed me before, and it felt like it was doing less, but also more. Like the potential was lessened, but I don't know. Everything just feels fuzzy. Those that are here, would you be able to bring any of them back? Or can you do anything to make sure they don't rise again?
Other than burn their corpses?
I don't know if we have time for that. Do I know any stories about what it takes to make sure things don't come back as vampires? Because otherwise I'm just gonna go with like classic Dracula vibes.
So here's what I'll say. We are 5 minutes over already, so I'm going to stop you right there because I think you're kind of going down a rabbit hole that we shouldn't right now because it's going to take too long, and I want to make sure that I respect everybody's time integrity. So we'll go ahead and just stop right there. Maybe make a note for yourself so that way we pick right up with that next time. And then, yeah, we'll go about our business in 2 weeks because that's when we have our next session. So we will call this session over for the time being. And we will pick up next time with Sybil kind of doing some inward investigatory digging to see if she can figure out anything she knows about vampires or vampire-like creatures. All right,
My
guys.
final note for the session says, stop them from coming back. Also, I feel like shit. Owie. So,
That's fucking appropriate. Absolutely appropriate. All right, guys. We will see you there. I know that was kind of wild.
that
But
session flew by.
yeah, no shit. I know those first 2 hours I was even like, Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, that went way too fast. I want more.
Sorry I gave away your potion, but like, he was a Stillwater bro. Like, I needed to.
Gotta do
Yeah,
what
that
you
was
Not
gotta
your
about
do.
to
potion
kill
then.
him.
That was your potion then, so.
Not my potion, not my problem. All right, guys. We'll see you in just a couple weeks. For anybody who is hanging out with us next weekend, we do have the second annual Port Emerson Contest of Champions. It'll be going on Friday and Saturday night. We got 7 people in the brawl, so that should be a shitload of fun. It's gonna be weird. There's a lot of goofy fucking class builds that are gonna be playing and fighting. So. Until then, though, we'll see you guys. Yeah, we'll see you guys next time.
Bye.
So see you guys.
Bye.
All right, and for my friends here in the stream, we'll see you guys tonight. Nerdy Knots and I will be live tonight from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time for more of our games. I'm going to be kicking off my Solasta playthrough again, and Nerdy Knots is playing Hogwarts Legacy. So, until then, let's raid Apperjacks. And we appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Remember, we got a lot of D&D. We got D&D tomorrow, D&D Friday and Saturday next weekend, and Sunday next weekend. And then the weekend after that, we've got D&D Saturday and Sunday again. The Wildlands is back. So, see you guys soon. Bye-bye.